It is the man who is sleeping that you arouse. You don't awaken the man pretending to be asleep. Am I the one who has to tell these religious traders that the country is collapsing around their ears and they should tell their congregation? They could march on the street and be praying nonsensical prayers, but they cannot speak in support of the right of citizens to protest. Am I the one who will tell them that? Am I the one who will tell the imams who went to Aso Rock and the lesser imams were given, the lesser clerics were given $10,000 and the bigger ones were given 20? Am I the one who will tell them to stop lying to the victims of their excesses? If I'm working to awaken the people to find common purposes and those who are called in the name of God are busy profiting from the misery of the people and being paid off to be silent to the point where clerics have become distribution point for palliatives, so I cannot waste my life. In actual fact, I think about 4 or 5 years ago I wrote a piece, I do not write for you. What was I saying? I'm not speaking or writing.
Hello, welcome. It is 5:30 p.m. in Accra, Ghana, 6:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 12:30 p.m. in New York City. Wherever in the world you're joining us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. On Friday, the Ekiti Magistrate Court granted Dele Farotimi bail. However, the threat to Nigeria's political space is only escalating. Activists daily fall into the legal loopholes designed by privileged Nigerians to protect their loot. Shrinking media space crushes unsung reporters and regular citizens passionate about holding their leaders accountable. Today on 90 Minutes Africa, the head of GAIN, Government Advancement Initiative for Nigeria, Dr. Malcolm Fabiyi, will update us on how to continue the efforts and prepare for challenges in these uncertain times. Dr. Malcolm, welcome to 90.
Thank you very much, Rudolph. It's a pleasure to be with you.
Thank you so much. It's been a very interesting week. As I mentioned, Dele was granted bail on Friday. I wanted to know if you know any current situation, his situation. Has he been out of Ekiti or no?
My understanding is that he is out of Ekiti and back home. And of course, as you know, that bail came with some very onerous conditions. Part of which is that they're still attempting to silence him. He's not supposed to, engage in any type of electronic communication. He's not supposed to be speaking online. It just reminds me of the situation in the former apartheid South Africa, where activists would be released and sent to Bantu lands, where their voices will continue to be silenced. And it's just incredible and crazy that here we are in 2024 talking about a Nigeria that is supposed to be democratic, where the voices of everyday Nigerians are being silenced. And I think one of the things that really resonates about Dele's issue is that if something like this can happen to someone so prominent, Dele's voice is a very, very prominent voice in the country. And it just speaks to the incredible terror, intimidation, and oppression that is taking place for many lesser people as we speak. Rudolph, I cannot, there's so many cases of people whose only offense was essentially telling the truth as we know it. So again, if you take Dele's case, what did Dele say that nobody has said about the Nigerian judicial system? I remember just last week, this is the supreme irony of it. There was on several groups that I belong to on WhatsApp, there was a video circulating about a justice, Justice Mrs. Ogie of the Supreme Court, a justice of the Supreme Court, who had made a video talking about how corrupt the Supreme Court itself was. A justice of the Supreme Court. I think Dele's offense was having the temerity, the audacity, and the effrontery, as we would say those days in secondary school, to name the corruption. You know, the way we normally talk about it, we say, oh, the system is corrupt. Well, the system is not somebody's name. The judicial system is corrupt. There are corrupt lawyers. Law enforcement is corrupt. Dele's offense was to put names and faces to that corruption. And for that crime, we saw what happened to him.
We are going to get into the specific cases, but let me just get your view on a few things in the news. One of them is this tragedy across the country about people stampeding and dying in the process in search of food. What is your take on that? It happened in Ibadan, in Abuja, in Anambra State.
I think it tells you how terrible things are economically in the country. I have been a Nigerian for decades. This is the first time in my lifetime that I have ever heard of Nigerian citizens dying because they are rushing for food. And I think if there's one thing that actually, you know, kind of exemplifies the significant economic challenges that are taking place in the country, it is this rolling spate of stampedes. And what's causing the stampedes? It's people who are basically rushing and fighting and struggling the best they can to get access to food because they don't have it. So for those who think things are hunky-dory in Nigeria, for those who think that those who complain about the hunger in the land are basically just whalers, I think these deaths, you know, the fact that people are willing to, and, you know, just putting themselves in such harm, just essentially again underscores the significant challenges that folks are going through.
What do you think will happen? You know, because it appears as if this government, they don't have a solution to this problem. What do you think will happen in weeks and months to come? Because it's not going away. It's not like after Christmas, people will have relief from somewhere. They tried to, I think weeks ago, they had this tariff-free importation of rice as a solution to the problem, but they couldn't even enforce it. They couldn't even make any impact. What do you think will be the way the country will look like in weeks to come?
I think the Nigerian people at some point have to decide that we will stop stampeding and killing ourselves in fighting over scraps, and that we will engage those who are destroying the country. In other nations, economic crisis of this nature, again, you and I know that there's so many governments around the world that have been forced to change or that have actually been upended because of the supreme economic hardships that people have been going through. And so we're going to have to get to a stage where the Nigerian people would have to stop fighting themselves for bags of rice, stop fighting themselves for, you know, jerry cans of oil, and look the problem squarely in the face. And the problem that we should be looking in the face is that the reason why we're in this problem is because of corruption in the process. It's because those who lead us have absolutely no ideas. We have a president who on day one, he didn't have a cabinet, had not put anything in place, said that some spirit moved him to roll out some of the most consequential economic policies the nation has ever had, right? He free floated the currency, went ahead and made some more, you know, removed subsidies on fuel. We went from a situation where fuel was 197 naira per liter to one now where it's over 1,000 naira per liter. It's terrible what's happened. But at the end of the day, the Nigerian people, we have to come to a place where, again, we stop fighting ourselves for scraps and stampeding ourselves to death, and recognize that we can take those same energies and address the system head on. While people are stampeding themselves to death and dying, guess who is not stampeding themselves to death? They're still flying around the world in their private jets. They're still having fantastic end of year celebrations. They have no issues. The Nigerian people have issues, and we need to get to a place very similar to what Dele did, where we stop speaking in generic terms and where we begin to call these maladministrators of the nation to task and force them to actually begin to do things that are in the interest of the Nigerian people.
I feel what you're saying, but there was a video I saw today that made me think twice. Let me play the video and get what you think at the other end.
Wow. Wow. Number one. Number one. Number one. Number one. Àárín ló wà, ó ti lọ. Ó ti lọ. Number one. Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀? Kí ló dé? Kí ló dé? Kí ló dé? Omo, no be joke, no be joke. The man get out, he get level.
It's a regular Nigerian watching a convoy of people who just budgeted billions to replace these cars and their tires when people are hungry, and they are hailing them. The same people who are putting their lives in desperation. What do you make of that?
You know, I think it's a sign. There's the so-called Stockholm syndrome, where people become enamored by their abductors and their kidnappers. And I think as a collective in our nation, we have collective Stockholm syndrome. We've come to a place where we do not even realize we have rights. What I just saw is supremely insulting. Supremely. We have a situation where a nation is in economic pain. I don't think I've ever seen any president's convoy in Nigeria, ever since I was conscious of how presidents moved around in convoys. I've never seen anything that is as obscene as what I just saw. It's ridiculous. But it is also, again, just listening to the commentary, as you just pointed out, that the immediate response that people have is not one of anger, because all of the wealth used for that convoy is not Tinubu's personal wealth. That is the common wealth of the Nigerian people. It is their money on the road. The people stampeding, the people, walking around. I saw what the folks that were taking that video, I saw the way they were dressed. It's their money. It's their money that's being corruptly utilized. It's their money that's being allocated to things that are not germane, that are not important, that should certainly not be priorities. But we have a collective Stockholm syndrome, and like everybody who is a victim of consistent and chronic assault, we need to actually begin to speak to ourselves. We need to, part of the task that people like you and I have, and those of us who are conscious of the fact that this is not normal, is to continue not just to speak about these issues, but also to begin to mobilize for action. It's time we stop talking. It's time we stopped complaining. It's time we stopped turning our WhatsApp groups into, we complain on WhatsApp groups. And it will not surprise me if the same people who are taking those videos would go and post it on WhatsApp and talk about how terrible this is. But at the time, what do we do? What next? We cannot just continue to complain. We're not the only nation that has gone through these issues. But unlike us, many other nations that have gone through this have found a way to organize themselves and to begin to speak truth to power, whatever that takes or that means. And I think we need to get to that place where we move beyond being outraged. We move beyond engaging on social media and speaking out our disdain with such issues. In fact, Now it's dangerous to even do that, because if you do that, you get picked up under Section 24 of the Cybercrime Act, and you could go to jail for 14 years. That's what's going on now. What's going on now is they will do the terrible things, and if you dare call them out on it, then you get into trouble. So not only are we being assaulted, not only are we being injured, now there's salt being added to the injury, because you can't even speak about it. Speak about it and you'll be arrested for libel or defamation. Speak about it and you are going to be essentially, charged with cyber crimes for doing nothing other than calling out corruption.
We'll get to some of the things your group is planning to do, but let me ask you about the budget. Did you have any chance to look at the budget, with the figures and what they are doing with the money?
I looked at the budget. It's ridiculous. Again, misallocation of resources, education seriously underfunded, health seriously underfunded. Most of that budget is going into recurrent expenditure. There is no investment in the economy. I can tell you for a fact that based on that budget, nothing is going to change for the Nigerian people at the end of 2025. Most of that budget is not going to be funded. It's going to be borrowing galore. They're going to be using ways and means to continue to print funds. And there's I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but there's nothing redeeming about that budget. There's nothing in that budget that tells me that there's any part of the Nigerian system, there's any part of Nigerian society, apart from the political class, that is going to look back at the end of 2025 and say something significant has happened. It's a budget of misappropriation and mispriority.
I saw that they are spending 25 billion to take care of former heads of states, former presidents. 25 billion naira to take care of these former heads of states. And in the office of the chief of staff, they are buying scanner printers for hundreds of millions. I wonder, and then in the presidency, they are buying plates and pans, and every year they buy pots. Do they need pots every year, spoons? Why is it this way? Why is it that and they know that people are going to see this, and they put it out there. What does that say about? I don't understand it.
It means they have complete disregard for the Nigerian people. It means they know we will complain and nothing will happen. It means they know that all we're going to do is talk. It means they are acting with impunity. Because if you do something and you know that, look, our reaction is predictable. Why is it predictable? Because we have reacted this way to almost every budget in the last 15 to 20 years. It's the same reaction. And guess what? What do? We do absolutely nothing. So they've come to a place where they know that, look, their assumption is that, don't worry about it. We'll release the budget, tops 2 weeks.
They will make some noise.
They will make some noise and then we'll just keep moving forward. That's what they believe is going to happen. And we need to get to a place where we begin to make it clear to them that that actually is not what's going to happen, that we're going to find a way to begin to move and act and bring those who are abusing and corrupting our polity to task. That's the challenge that I think our generation faces at the current moment.
Okay, let me play a little bit of what Dele Farotimi said, and then we'll come back and hear you talk about what you think should be done moving forward.
I remember sitting in this same chair. You were right there as well. Just a little over a year ago, and we were talking, and I was specific in saying that Nigeria had been damaged beyond repair by Buhari, and that anyone who is going to rescue Nigeria would have to reimagine it and then rebuild it from the ruins of the Buhari regime. And I did say in addendum at the time that Bola Ahmed Tinubu is incapable of envisioning a future for Nigeria because he's part and parcel, integral part and parcel of the horrible past of this country. Nobody alive is more responsible for the emergence of the Buhari regime than Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He's on record as having honed it himself. If he says he has inherited a bad situation, the question is from who? It's the same people, the same character, it's the same man.
How clueless is this president as far as you know?
What do you mean clueless? Let's be clear. When we excuse the madness we see on account of the cluelessness or inability of those who rule Nigeria, we're actually making strategic errors. They know exactly what they are doing at every point in time. The man is on record. He said, reduce their purchasing power, widen the tax net. All those things the man was saying, and everybody was busy catching crews and laughing at the time. That's exactly what he is doing. You're seeing pockets of protests here and there. I remember saying some years back that the Nigerian revolution will start in northern Nigeria. I stand by what I said at the time. Now, how long it will take before the inevitable would happen, I don't know. But one thing that is clear and glaring is that given the level of weaponized poverty that has been unleashed against the people, is nuclear grade. When you see the number of Nigerians scooping hot food off boiling cauldrons, packing rice with sand, you then begin to have a glimpse, just a mere glimpse into what lies ahead, because it's just starting. It's as long as criminality has been licensed and impunity has become the order of the day, there is nothing anybody needs to say. Eventually, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. At some point, this system is going to grind to a halt. My own singular interest is in making sure that the mass of the people do not turn against themselves, believing that they are their own. No, the real enemies are sat in government offices. It is easy to predict the harvest when you see the seed.
All right. That was Dele Farotimi talking there. So give us an idea of what you've been doing and what your group is trying to accomplish moving forward.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that, Rudolph. So I think when Dele's challenges began, and they began precisely on December 3rd. So December 3rd, he gets invited by the Lagos State Police Command. He gets there and he's told that somebody has instituted a libel complaint against him for a publication that he responded to on Twitter, on X. And that exchange was with regards to a question, according to Dele, that somebody posed on whether or not in Nigeria we would see people of means like a Tony Elumelu do what an Elon Musk did in the US, where they go to a political candidate and put their monies behind that candidate. And Dele's response was, why would a Tony Elumelu do that? Because at the end of the day, he is part of the current system. And there's no way you would find a candidate that is outside of this system to put his wealth behind because he benefits from it. And so that initial invitation to the police by the police in Lagos was in regards to that exchange. But that was not what got him in Ekiti. At the time he had turned up to the police in Lagos. Eventually, Dele did a very eloquent press conference where he talked about that particular issue. What nobody knew at the time was that there was a group of policemen from Ekiti that had been in Lagos looking for Dele. And they'd been looking for Dele precisely because Afe Babalola, who was named in Dele's book, where he described the corruption in the Nigerian judicial system, had done a number of, and yes, I'm saying this online, I would say it without fear, understanding and knowing that everything that I say now can be used against me, because that is all it takes now. This is what they term cyber crime and cyber stalking in Nigeria now. A series of illegalities were taking place in Ekiti. So the first thing was Afe Babalola had filed a criminal libel suit against Dele in Ekiti. And according to Dele, he had not been served. So somebody files a case, they've not served you. But as far as everybody is concerned, cases are happening and you are refusing to turn up in court. So a bench warrant was issued for Dele's arrest. A team of policemen leaves Ekiti, crosses 2 states. They cross Oyo State, they cross Ogun State, they come into Lagos State to abduct, I don't call it an arrest, to abduct a citizen that is domiciled in Lagos. And then they whisk him to Ekiti on account of this bench warrant for a case that Dele, according to him, did not receive summons for. And what was the case? Criminal libel. Well, it turns out, as very knowledgeable legal minds like Professor Odinkalu has now told us, that Ekiti does not have criminal libel on its books. It's been reformed. There is no criminal libel in Ekiti. And if anybody would know that there's no criminal libel in Ekiti, certainly it has to be a lawyer of Afe Babalola standing. But that is the kind of abuse that you see. So Dele was whisked on that case, went to the magistrate, was denied bail, and right there and then, another set of 12 now cyber stalking crimes were now opened up against him, this time by the Nigerian police. So the first case was an Afe Babalola case, the second one was the Nigerian police, and this has been the trend, is that every time you find these cases coming up, the Nigerian police, because they then take you to court and institute these cyber crimes against folks. So that was the genesis of Dele's issue. And here is what people have to understand. That if someone of Dele's stature, if someone of Dele's visibility, if someone with Dele's voice, if someone with Dele's public and popular appeal can go through what Dele went through, it's no longer about Dele. This is a signal to the rest of us that we better shut up. Because if we don't, if this is what we can do to the best of you, then the rest of you better keep your mouths shut. That really was what was going on. And as you know, the outrage in Nigeria was significant. There was a lot of outrage. A lot of that outrage was online. So, Twitter, X was on fire. WhatsApp groups were on fire. And one of the things that a number of us began to do was, we've watched this movie before. Something happens, we all get outraged. And within a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, that outrage passes. What we wanted to do was to ensure that this outrage would not pass. And that the prediction that the system always makes, that, give them 2 weeks and they're all going to go back home, that we did something that was beyond that. So starting almost about a week ago now, we had a few conversations. Rudolph, you recall that I had one of those conversations with you, spoke with other people. So others reached out to a number of other folks that had been very vocal about this issue. And we decided that this time around, we had to do something different. And what was the different thing we did is we decided, let's come together, take all of our individual voices that we're expressing right now and come together as a collective. And if we come together as a collective, let's do it in order to be able to achieve 3 things. 1, set up a legal defense fund, not just for Dele, but all the other people that are being challenged by the system. And why is the legal defense fund important? Because one of the ways the system gets you is they stretch you financially. There's no case, Dele right now has about 5 different cases in 5 different courts across the whole country. So one of the things they do, because they have the means, is you take a young activist who is speaking truth to power, a young investigative journalist, and you open 10 different cases against that journalist across the country. How does he defend himself? Where are the people, where are the lawyers that are going to go? If he doesn't have pro bono lawyers who stand up and say they will help him, and even if pro bono lawyers stand up and say they want to help you, at some point, if the case continues to drag on, they too have mouths to feed. They can't support you pro bono for a long time. So the first thing we said we needed to do was set up a legal defense fund to make sure that no matter what the system does, we would have the means and the capacity to be able to help our activist brothers and sisters respond. The second thing was to coordinate action, because the truth of the matter is, these cases are taking place in court, but they're not legal issues. They are political issues. The intent is to stifle the opposition. The intent is to oppress. And if that's the case, then, maybe there are certain things we can do politically as well to ensure that we fight back. And so that was the second thing, was to find a platform where we could have global action. And some of that action was, there were folks in Canada that were engaging with Amnesty. There are people who started petitions. Afe Babalola has a massive $10 million endowment in King's College London. Afe Babalola, it turns out, long before Dele wrote any book about him in 2004, was actually named in the WikiLeaks cable releases. The US government, apparently in 2004, not even apparently, this is clearly in WikiLeaks, had indicated that Afe Babalola was the bagman, the money man, that was taking monies from the then president, Olusegun Obasanjo, and giving it to members of the appeal court sitting in judgment over the elections of Boni Haruna, the PDP candidate at the time in Adamawa. And he was the one who had given $250,000 each to each of the 5 justices. This was what was alleged in the WikiLeaks tape. And who wrote the WikiLeaks report? They were operatives of the CIA, operatives of US intelligence sitting in the embassy. We would never have known this if the WikiLeaks cables had not been leaked. So whatever anybody is saying now about Afe Babalola's complicity in the corruption of the Nigerian judicial process, these are things that have been documented and on record. And I wish he would actually go and sue WikiLeaks. I want him to sue the US government, because whatever Dele has said is tame in comparison to what is written about him in the diplomatic cables of the US that are now public record. So the second thing was global coalition. How do we come together and ensure that we're fighting this legal challenge and the truly political assault on the Nigerian people with equal political measures, petitions, engagements, rapprochements to different organizations. And then the third one was basically establishing a whistleblowers initiative. If Dele had been sued for libel by Afe Babalola in the US, Dele would have the right to subpoena Afe Babalola. He would also have the rights to subpoena all the Supreme Court justices that he mentioned. He would have the rights to subpoena the registrar of the court, where one of the claims he made was that there was a ruling of the Supreme Court that was, that basically changed over time. Rulings don't rewrite themselves. So one of the realities of corruption in Nigeria is corruption might happen in the shadows, but there's a clerk that took the file. There's somebody who took the Ghana must go back. There was somebody who received an SMS text message. There's a teller who knows that there was a bank transfer. And if we can incentivize those people to provide us with information, if needs be, even provide them with financial or material incentives, then we can begin to put fear, a holy fear, into these people who think they are untouchable. Because one thing that I know about corruption is that there are always people who feel shortchanged in the process. There are people who are angered by it because they just don't like it. But more often than not, it is people who feel shortchanged, right? I am the guy who nobody is paying. I'm the clerk who nobody is paying a fair wage, but I'm also the person who has to take $250,000 to the home of a judge. Well, guess what? If you ask me, and I have that information, and maybe I held on to certain documents, I might make it available. So the third is the whistleblowers initiative. So the three things, again, very quickly. The first one is a legal defense fund. The second one is coordinating global political action, both within Nigeria and across the diaspora. And then the third one is the whistleblowers initiative. So those three things are the things that we're working on to ensure that Dele's case, as well as all the other cases, the numerous cases of activists and just ordinary Nigerians that are now being harassed by these libel laws and by these cybercrime laws, that we have comprehensive ways of ensuring that they can be supported and that we can fight back against the system.
Very good. So if people are interested in being part of this group, what can they do? Where can they join? And because this is very important, what you just mentioned. If not for WikiLeaks, we wouldn't know that Afe Babalola was involved in something to do with Haruna. and there may be other ones that we don't even know. Maybe other cables that are now hidden that we didn't see concerning other lawyers and judges. And so there are people who know things that probably. Okay, I saw that you shared the links. Okay.
Yes, so I've shared 2 links. So what you say is important, and let me just expand on that. So one of the things we want to do, for example, that we're going to put in motion very soon here in the US, is we're going to petition the State Department. So WikiLeaks, we know about the Boni Haruna case because it was part of the tranche of records that was released in the WikiLeaks leak. But one of the things that is now clear is that the US government and probably other governments in Nigeria also have such cables. It means they investigate, they also have their own reporting. We know about one individual case, but there have been so many cases, we're sure. So one of the things we're doing is we're going to be petitioning the State Department. We're going to be petitioning the US government and other governments to provide us with any information, one that pertains to Afe Babalola, because there's an active case of a Nigerian whose rights are being trampled upon. And even all these different governments are speaking to their interest in helping the democratic space in Nigeria, well, we're going to use every means possible to get that information out. So if Afe Babalola is mentioned in any other cables, we will be asking the State Department for it. We'll be using FOIA rules, Freedom of Information Act. Whatever it is that we can get, we will get. And even if at the end of the day, some of these requests are shut down, it will instill holy fear on all these people, because what they bank on is that nobody is going to move forward and take these steps. They think they can act with impunity. They think they can arrest people, arraign people, open up multiplicity of actions in different courts so that they stretch you financially. And then what they want you to do is they want you to come begging. They want you to go on your hands, on your knees. They want you to prostrate, and you call them, Baba, I would never do this again. Well, that period is gone. We're tired of that nonsense. And if we come together, there are way more of us than there are of them. And if we pool our resources together, if we pool our wherewithal together, there's a significant amount of change that is actually possible that we can make happen.
Now, can you talk a little bit about other people, if you know their names or the stories, other people who are in similar situations? Because we don't hear about so many people. Some of them are in some remote states that are picked up, and what is needed? Because I think people forget that these people are all fighting for the good of the country, for all of us.
I will be happy to do so. And I'll talk about 8 particular cases. And I ask for patience to go through them. The first one, which is happening as we speak, is of a lady called Olamide Thomas. Olamide is a nurse. And her crime was that a few weeks ago, she's in detention as we speak. She's been in detention for weeks. She's been assaulted. She's been taken to the DSS. And I'll tell you Olamide's story. Olamide did a Facebook post, a video, where she basically rained curses in the video. She rained curses on Seyi Tinubu. She rained curses on the Inspector General of Police. And she rained curses on the PRO of the police, Muyiwa Adejobi. And please, for the grand offense of raining curses on these people, because according to her, and this is something most Nigerians will agree with, these are people that are benefiting from the system and the process. She rained curses on Seyi Tinubu because she said Nigerians were going through hardship and that these guys were just milking the system dry. And she prayed for the gods of our ancestors to rain fire and brimstone on them. Guess what? For the grand offense of daring to name Seyi Tinubu, she's now been accused of cyber stalking. She may be going to jail for 14 years for doing a video, less than a 5-minute video, where she calls out the corruption of obviously corrupt people. where she rains down all she's doing. She's not organizing for any type of assault or assassination. All she's doing is she's asking the gods to rain heavy fire down on these people. That's Olamide's offense. So that's Olamide. This is happening right now. Then there's a guy called Tobias Chukwudi Egrionu. Tobias is a guy in Abia State who wrote a column. He wrote a post about Governor Alex Otti. And Tobias's post basically indicated, I forget what the exact title was, but it was basically, oh, there's nothing that Otti touches that he does not destroy. He is now likely to be going to court. So the first thing that happened was Otti's lawyer responded. They demanded that Tobias pay 50 billion naira. Not only was Tobias to pay 50 billion naira, Tobias was also to take out full-page adverts in 4 prominent national newspapers and apologize. The third thing he was supposed to do was to retract his article, his statement, something he wrote in Free Speech. And after paying 50 billion, and after taking full-page adverts in 4 newspapers, and after retracting, then they would determine whether they would want to move forward and charge him or not. But in order to not charge him to court, these are the conditions that they imposed. These are political. The man is a governor. If you want to be in the political space, you must have some thick skin. You must be able to at least tolerate some type of, you must be able to tolerate some maybe nonsense being said about you. But what we're seeing now in Nigeria is they don't even want any conversations about them or their misdeeds. Whether those misdeeds are allegations or not, they want to just completely tampen public discourse. Another egregious case. So we've talked about Olamide Thomas, we've talked about Tobias Chukwudi. Another case is of 4 bloggers. This one is not of a political system, but this is about GT Bank. So they wrote something uncomplimentary, and I'm talking about 2024 cases. I have decided only to focus on 2024 current cases. There's Precious Eze, Olawale Rotimi, Roland Olonishua, and Sheun Odulami, 4 bloggers. And they wrote a blog basically talking about the things happening with GT Bank, the challenges the bank was facing, some of the issues. A lot of people know that GT Bank is going through certain challenges at the moment. For that crime, GT Bank took these bloggers to court for cyber stalking. They've been charged under Section 24 of the Cyber Crimes Act. And these charges could lead to 14 years in prison for each of them for the grand offense of writing blog posts about the challenges GT Bank is going through. There's another gentleman called Mubarak Bala. Mubarak's challenges started last year, rolled over into this year. And he was taken to court by the Kano state government for the grand crime of blasphemy as well as cyber stalking. He was sentenced to 24 years in jail, and that sentence has now been reduced to 5 years. But his crime was cyber stalking. Then obviously, we all know Showore's case. Showore's cyber stalking case has not ended. He was alleged to have cyber stalked Buhari. The treason charges against him were dropped, but Showore actually has an active case ongoing now on cyber stalking because he wrote uncomplimentary articles about Muhammadu Buhari. There's another cyber stalking case. This involves 2 investigative journalists. One of them is called Babatunde Abdulrazak. The other one is called Lukman Bolakale. And what they did was they wrote about a local politician in their state, Jumoke Gafar. And they've also been charged with cyber stalking. They were jailed. They've now been granted bail, but that case continues. And then another case is one that was instituted by the rector of Kwara State Polytechnic And again, this was a case of a number of individuals who had written blog posts about what was going on in the Polytechnic, and they were also charged with cyber stalking and charged with conspiracy and defamation. And they were jailed. They now are on bail, but that case is ongoing. So everywhere you turn now in the country, you have individuals and citizens. Look, everybody who is on Twitter or X, anybody who is on Facebook, anybody who is on WhatsApp, let me just tell you right now, you are one tweet, one text, one SMS message away from being charged with cyber stalking. And so if we think that this can't touch us, we're mistaken. So, Rudolph, this is just a very small sampling of some of the individuals with, that are going through these issues now. Something that has been brought to the fore by the very public travails that Dele has had in his encounters with both the Nigerian police and with Afe Babalola.
Thank you so much. Now, most people might think, despite the fact that you laid it out and explained it, that they won't be victims, especially people who are abroad. But can you give us instances? Because I remember that there are people whose names are at the airports with DSS, that whenever they come into the country, they are harassed. And I'm hearing that they're adding new names to that list.
Oh, yes, absolutely. There are names being added to lists. So, yes, so all I would tell Nigerians are, if you are on social media, any social media platform, whether it's WhatsApp, whether it's Facebook, whether it's Instagram, whether it's Twitter or X, whether it's Threads, it doesn't matter. If you are on any platform and you have the audacity to name any Nigerian politician, you have the audacity to call the Nigerian police or the judicial system corrupt, if you have the audacity to say your governor is not doing the right thing, if you have the audacity to say the budget was padded, if you have the audacity to say that it is an outrage for the president's convoy to be so large when everybody in Nigeria is suffering, if you have the audacity to do any of these things, let me just tell you for a fact, just hope to God that none of these people was just scrolling through social media one day and decided and happened on your post and decided that they wanted to make an example of you. So that's the reality. It can happen to anybody. And to your point, Rudolph, they have lists. They are developing these lists. And what is happening to Dele is, without a doubt in my mind, it's a test case. They are flying a kite. Because if this can happen to Dele, at the end of the day, Dele was basically arrested and detained from December 4th until he was released yesterday, on December 20th. He was brought to court in handcuffs. And the supreme irony of it is, on one of the days he appeared in court, Yaya Bello, the grand thief of Kogi State, was also in court. Yaya Bello had a massive entourage. It was almost as if somebody was going to a celebratory event, while a man whose only offense was to have the audacity of putting a name to corruption was brought to court in handcuffs. If we miss the supreme symbolism of that, then we've missed a lot.
If you can just touch on, it's not just government. We also have cases where individuals, like church leaders, or people like musicians, like Burna Boy, will, I'm assuming, petition the police, and they move in and go and arrest somebody and keep them there for a long time. How does that process work?
Well, the way it works is influence. So to your point, this is not only about politicians, it is about people with influence. The police, because cyber stalking and cyber crimes are criminal acts, would have to obviously institute the case. So the question is, do you have the resources? Do you have the resources to call up, to call up people that you may know in the police or in the judicial system tell them there's somebody who is irritating you, and tell them you would be ready to spare, to leave no stone unturned in making sure that their life is made a holy hell, and that you use that example to tell everybody else who might want to embark on such crazy journeys of misfortune, that if they ever tried engaging with you that way in the future, what happened to X would also happen to them. So it's about means. So if you have the means, if you have ₦1 million, ₦2 million, ₦3 million, ₦4 million, ₦10 million, whatever the cost is, to institute these cases, it will happen. Why is it that we've never heard of the police, just looking at that? If you look on most social media feeds in Nigeria, there's no end to the number of cyber stalking allegations that someone could make. But if you look at the people that the police bring these cases in support of, why is Ajia Mero, who is a trader that nobody knows and doesn't have the means, why has the case never been instituted on their behalf? What, can't they be defamed? Can't they be cyber stalked? Why is it only these people with means? And you made an example. There's a case going on now in the US where there's a lady in, I think she's in Maryland, where the one pastor of the Mountain of Fire Ministries has basically made her life a living hell, where they've abused the system. They've used laws, defamation laws, criminal laws, to basically turn you into a pauper, because they have the means to stay in court forever if they have to. They have the means to hire the best lawyers. And if, you knowing how the criminal justice system works, all it takes is a few court appearances. And if you're paying for legal representation yourself, you're in trouble. So it is an abuse of the process. It's an abuse of the system. And again, I will tell you this, it is not accidental that all of these cases we're suddenly hearing about. I mean, most of the cyber stalking, cyber crime cases, most of the libel and defamation cases you're hearing about, I would dare say that almost 90% of them, if you look at the 25 years since we got this new democratic dispensation in 1999, almost 90% of those cases have happened only in the last 2 to 3 years. Why? It's because the laws have changed. We have this nonsensical cyber stalking law that allows you, once you're angry with anyone, to basically leverage the instruments of state to make their life a living hell. And now everybody, from activists to investigative journalists to ordinary citizens, are being swept up by this tornado of injustice. So we need to do something. And one of the things that we're proposing to do under that second plank of that 3-point agenda is to ask for a repeal of Section 24. Yes, we need a Cyber Crimes Act that deals with things like 419 and using the internet and digital methods to commit crimes. But for heaven's sake, Section 24 of that Cyber Crimes Act is an outrage, because what that section does is it criminalizes free speech. It means if I say something you don't like and you have the means to deal with me, you can deal with me, and the judicial system is going to be behind you, the police is going to be behind you, and there's nothing anybody can do about it. And you may be going to jail for as many as 14 to 24 years, depending on what those charges are that are labeled against you.
I know you're not a lawyer, but do you remember when they started talking about this cyberbullying law and the people that were architects of this? So we can see what are they trying to protect? You mentioned that there are legitimate issues with cybercrime, but when it comes to this aspect of people now being picked up for saying things that you disagree with, what were they trying to protect? What was the intention? Do we know who these people? I know that Mohammed, Lai Mohammed, was promoted that a lot when he was.
Oh yes. So this started in Buhari's time, and so the first people, Showore was one of the first people that were caught up in cyber crimes, cyber stalking, particularly. And in fact, in Tinubu's term, they've not been able to pass laws to change the economy. They've not been able to pass laws to build out our economy. They've not been able to pass laws to put more children in school. They've not been able to pass laws to build our infrastructure. But one of the things that this, the ninth, that the last National Assembly was able to do, the current National Assembly, was that in 2024, they actually amended the Cyber Crimes Act. So they amended it and they strengthened Section 24, and Section 24 is the part that deals with cyber stalking. So you know why they've done that. They've done that because they are tired of hearing you and I complain about their excesses. Once upon a time, the only place where we complained was in beer parlors or when we visited our friends. Our complaints were compartmentalized. Our complaints were not public. Now they are angry because those complaints are now in the public square. Those complaints are on Twitter or X. Those complaints are on Threads. Those complaints are on Facebook. And all of a sudden, there are people who see it, and their children might see it, and their child might come back home and say, "Daddy, somebody said you did this, and I'm out. Is it true?" They're embarrassed by it, and guess what? If I don't want any embarrassment, I want to be able to commit crime, but I don't want anybody to talk about it. And if it means I need to strengthen this act, so they did strengthen it. It's an amended act now. So this particular, and it's ridiculous. It criminalizes online behaviors. So this Section 24, subsection 2, it basically says, if you send a message that is offensive, knowing it to be false, and whether or not it is false is now dependent on the person. So before it is even proven that it is false, guess what? The police will take you to court and they will put you in jail because it is a criminal offense. Before you are even able to prove whether the allegations that they are alleging are untrue, is true or false. And here are the other things that act says. So if you send a message for the purposes of causing annoyance, inconvenience, danger, obstruction, insult, injury, criminal intimidation, enmity, hatred, ill will, or needless anxiety to another person. So when Olamide Thomas was picked up, the charge suggested that what she said about Seyi Tinubu caused him needless anxiety. Seyi Tinubu, who flies around on the public dime, has needless anxiety because some unknown nurse in Lagos did a 5-minute video in Yoruba, which almost nobody saw, basically raining curses on him. And the irony of what these people are doing is, for all of Dele's popular appeal, the truth is most Nigerians did not even know he had written a book about the Nigerian judicial system. It was their assault on Dele that made all of us aware that he had written a book. And guess what they did? They allowed that book. That book became the top political bestseller on most lists, certainly on Amazon, for a period of time, beating out a lot of books here in the US. But here is the absurdity of the crimes that they are now just sweeping up Nigerians on. And as I had indicated to you earlier, and I'm sure many of the names I had shared with you before are names that most people don't know about. Just bloggers, investigative journalists, people nobody knows about that are being swept up. And the intent is very simple. The intent is to intimidate. So when everybody else hears that, Olamide Thomas made a video basically, indicating that the ancient gods should deal with Seyi Tinubu, and she's now likely to be, she's been detained all this while and likely to go to jail for 14 to 24 years. Guess what? The next person who wants to make a parody video is probably not going to do it. Is that the type of nation we want to live in? A nation where you can't even speak, a nation where you feel pain, and when you ask for that pain to be dealt with, when you speak about the corruption in your land and the sore that corruption is causing, what you get instead is salt being added to that injury? That is not the type of country that we should tolerate. And we have to fight with everything we have to make sure that the right of Nigerians to speak truth to power, the right of Nigerians to call out the corruption in the system, the right of Nigerians to criticize their public officials, the right of Nigerians to criticize corporations like GT Bank or any other institution that is providing services to the people, that right is not trampled upon, and we need to fight these laws. I think you are muted, Rudolph.
Yeah, thank you. So our guest today, we are Dr. Fabiyi. We not stay too long. You guys who are used to having our guests here for 3 hours. So I just, we will take a break. When we come back, I will let you guys in to ask questions if you have questions and comments. You also tell us, I shared the links on how people can join the WhatsApp, but you can also tell us what they will do when they, what you want from them when they join the WhatsApp group. But let's take a quick break. We come back, we bring in those in the studio. If you want to join the studio, I share the link, I will share it again. And please turn on your camera so that we can let you be able to come up and ask a question to our guest, Dr. Fabiyi. So let's take a break, we'll be right back. right. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much. Okay, we're having a conversation with Dr. Malcolm Fabiyi. There was a question someone posted on the comments section before we went on break. He was saying, and if I can find it, but the question is about why is it that they did not arrest someone. Let me get it. Okay. All right, let's see. Why did they ignore the Islamic Malam that ordered the killing of the first lady in Abuja? Do you know about that story?
Oh, the reason is simple. The policeman who go to arrest him will be killed. They will not be able to arrest him. And even if he was arrested and arraigned, I can assure you that it will precipitate a riot and a crisis. They know who they arrest. They arrest those who can speak or fight. And touch Malam in the north. And guess what? I have seen those videos too. I have seen videos of imams and malams basically the recent tax reform they wanted to do. That tax reform is going nowhere. And you know the reason why it's going nowhere? Because the north doesn't want it to go anywhere. I mean, let's forget about the merits or demerits of the tax reforms. But where it died was when clerics in the north started talking about it in the mosques.
So you think it's over?
It's not going to pass. The north doesn't want it. It's not going to happen. And when northern clerics begin to talk about an issue in the mosque, it's not going anywhere. So look, there's a reason why it is people who dress in suits and ties and speak English on Twitter and Facebook that they arrest. They should try it. What did Olamide Thomas do that caused stress and anxiety to Sheyi Tinubu? That was not done by whatever it was that this Malam said. But they're not, nobody is going to touch him. Because we know that if they attempt to do that, the place is going to go up in flames. It's going to go up in flames, period. So the people that you oppress, the people that you harass, are the people that you think can't do anything. The people that you think can do something, or that have the ability to incite a response to your actions, you don't touch. So simple story, that's a simple answer to that question.
Now, if you go to typical social media accounts, let's say Shore, for instance, and see the comments under any post, if he's going to use the same law, he could put 200 people, have 200 people locked up.
Oh,
just
absolutely.
by the comments.
Absolutely. But guess what? He would have to use the civil libel, because the Nigerian police would never institute a case on Shore's behalf.
That's why I asked that question. How do you have to pay the police? When do they come in? You know, because
you're not supposed to pay them. You know, a crime is a crime. But guess what?
So are they looking at my social media to see if somebody is insulting me?
No, so you will go to them, and if you are somebody of means, you can basically say, you know, Mr. Public Prosecutor, I feel wronged. I feel needless anxiety, as the law says. I feel that something was done in ill will. I feel that there's something causing me injury, and it's making me have enemies, and it is inducing hatred against me, and I want you to act. So it's criminal. The police are the ones to do it. But again, as you and I know, if somebody, even if there was a supreme insult against you, even if somebody went to your feed and basically threatened you and threatened your life, I can assure you right now that nobody is going to institute any type of cyber crimes act against anybody that does that to you. So it is just an instrument that is currently being used as a cudgel to put people in line.
To protect the people in power, essentially.
To protect the people, yes, to protect the people in power, to protect companies like GTB is doing, right? To protect people of means. The question is, so it is either, do you have the political power to influence things? Do you have, judicial access to be able to have those resources that are supposed to be solving real crimes dedicated and allocated to you? The same policemen, the same police prosecutors that are the ones responsible for, taking terrorists to court, taking bandits to court, taking kidnappers to court, taking armed robbers to court. It means they are spending time, instead of handling those cases, writing up some ridiculous charges against people, and then devoting their time turning up in court and pushing these cases forward. So guess what? It's going to be selective. And that selective nature of this Cyber Crimes Act is basically what makes it something that is utilized by people of influence. Whether that influence is that they are public officials that have means, whether it's that they are politicians, whether they are judicially connected, or whether they are powerful commercial institutions.
Just to remind our viewers, in January 1st, 2025, we are moving to Iroko Post TV for all our shows. So we are pleading with you to subscribe if you have not. We want to get to 1,000 at least subscribers so that we'll be able to have the tools to produce the kind of show you are used to. So please, if you can do that, that would be very helpful. Now, Malcolm, this is this situation now is quite alarming. I had Showore on the show recently, and he was talking about the difference, and how it's approached in America here compared to the way we do that in Nigeria, in terms of if you are sued. I know you mentioned it briefly. Do you think that people have any chance if you cannot demand for information from the person accusing you of defamation? How do you defend yourself? I know you're not a lawyer, but
it's supremely difficult. It is very difficult to defend yourself, and that is what they are banking on. Because guess what? If you are subpoenaed, if you were in the US and you were subpoenaed, failing to respond to a subpoena, somebody can get a judgment against you. So Dele Farotimi, in his book, alleges that certain things happened. He names Afe Babalola. He names Supreme Court justices. He alludes to the fact that, officers of the court, maybe registrars, clerks, might have been complicit. If he was anywhere else in the world, if he was in the US, if he was in the UK, he can call all those people, depose a justice of the Supreme Court. He can ask for their bank accounts. If he thinks, monies were moved, or somebody told him this was how those monies were moved, it can be very specific. He can ask for their phone records. He can ask to see, who they were talking to at that material point in time. Guess what? So, for example, if somebody had written and alleged that Afe Babalola was involved in maybe corruptly influencing the case of Boni Aruna in 2004, how would you prove it? If we did not finally see that there was a WikiLeaks cable written by the US government that essentially alleged that and mentioned some names because they have access to that, we would never have known. So what they are banking on is the fact that you can't prove your case. What they are banking on is the fact that they will never, if they don't respond to you, who is going to go arrest them? Is it the man that is telling Ekiti police to travel all the way from Ekiti to Lagos? Is he the one that somebody is going to come arrest because he failed to respond to a subpoena, right? So that is what they are banking on. And one of the things we're trying to do with this whistleblowers initiative is to make sure that, yes, you may not turn up. You may refuse to come. But if the teller who manages your account can give us a snapshot of what happened, if the person who handled the Ghana Must Go bags and received text messages from you, if they can provide us with some of that evidence, if the registrars who were the ones who helped falsify records can actually come up and say, yes, it was me, or here is what I was told to do, and here is how it was communicated to me. If we can get those things, not from you, but from people who have some insights into the crime, either because they were accessories or they were enablers, then we at least have a way of making sure that that information gets to the public. And what these people are banking on, what they hate more than anything else, is having their dirty linen, their very dirty linen, taken to the public space. So what they're trying to do with these laws is to make sure you don't even have a line on which you can spread clothes in the public space. They don't want anybody talking about them. So if we're able to begin to talk about them, not in generalities, but in specifics, with information, with evidence, I think it's going to change the nature of the game. They don't, in fact, already, one of the things that happened because of Dele's case was people went and dug up the WikiLeaks stuff and said that this is not the first time Affair has been accused of corrupting the judicial process. And the first time he was accused publicly was not by any Nigerian, it was by the diplomatic cables which were supposed to be secret of the US that were publicly released.
Now, what will be the incentive for people to turn information in about these lawyers and judges, and what will be the incentive?
Two things. So one is we're hoping, you know, there are people who want to unburden themselves. The other one could be hatred. They might have fallen out. They might have been shortchanged. They might have been angry at what's happened. But the third one is we're also recognizing that people sometimes act out of self-interest. And so we're actually ready to pay for that evidence. So if it takes incentives, financial incentives, if we can verify that evidence, if that evidence is useful in the case, if that evidence causes us to be able to actually verify and substantiate some of these allegations in not just in Dele's case, but specifically in many of the other cases that are currently in play, then I think, in my view, that is money well spent.
All right, I know you have to run. Let's go to, if you're in the studio and you want to chat with our guests, please turn on your camera. We won't bring you in unless your camera is on, except for people in Nigeria who are in the dark, even with their camera on. So let's welcome Righteous Man. Righteous Man, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening, Dr. Rudolph and our guests. Compliment of the season.
Thank you.
Compliments.
So,
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm in Nigeria. I live in Lagos, and I would appreciate to have the WhatsApp group. I've been part of those who are campaigning for good governance in Nigeria for years back. Now, sir, my question is this: with what is on ground right now, from your analysis and the things we are seeing back home here, what is the possibility of dislodging these guys that have led this ambush against Nigerians? Is there any possibility of dislodging them and repealing this section of the law so that free speech can also be practiced? And finally, the likes of Peter Obi and Atiku and other politicians that do come and criticize the government or say out their mind, are they also targeted with this law? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'll take the last one first. The answer is anybody can be targeted. If anybody had told me that Dele Farotimi would go through what he's going through now, given his prominence, given, you know, Dele has been a very vocal critic. And, you know, believe me when I tell you this, and I think all of us know it intuitively, that this is beyond just writing something about Afe Babalola. One of the first things you played, Rudolph, was Dele taking both Buhari and Tinubu to the cleaners. So we know where the system stands. We know who controls the Nigerian police. We know that there is no way an individual will tell a bunch of policemen to travel 3 states to go and arrest someone and stay in Lagos for a week looking for that person without a budget. And we know those budgets don't come without somebody approving it. We know the Nigerian police is not going to hit you with cyber crimes, you know, allegations, just as you are coming out of a court, a magistrate court where criminal libel is being instituted against you. So we're not fools. We know they can pick you up at any time, and if at any time they believe you are an inconvenience, it doesn't matter who you are, then you could be caught up in this issue. The second one is, you know, what can we do? I think there are things we can do. I think if the system does this to us because they don't think we can do anything, somebody asked a great question. Why is it that there are certain people who say certain things that are even more terrible and more public, yet nobody touches them? You know why? It's because they know if they dare to do it, an entire region of the country is going to go up in flames, period. It is fear. So we need to get to a place where people will not take us for granted, where the leaders, our leaders, will not just presume that, all they do is talk. They should know, they should begin to have the type of respect that Kenyans have for their people. What happened in Kenya? I mean, what happened a few months ago, where the issue that took people to the streets in Kenya, that forced their government to retreat from some of the things it was doing, were nothing compared to what we're going through. Nothing. We have been abused in that nation. We have an NMPC that is just playing games with the Nigerian nation. We have a central bank that is just abusing the process. We have mismanaged our economy. Our exchange rate has gone from 550 naira on May 29th of 2023 to now being over 1,600 naira per dollar. Almost a 200% devaluation of the currency within just a little over a year. Our inflation rate is in double digits. A lot of our people are unemployed, and guess what? Nothing happens. What do we do instead? We're stampeding and we're fighting for crumbs. So what we have to do is we have to stop fighting for crumbs. We have to get to a place where rather than fight for crumbs, we fight for a place at the table. And the place at the table is not, we're not claiming a place at the table because, we want people to give us a place at the table out of the goodness of their heart. It's because we deserve it. It is our right. And until we get to that place where people have an understanding, where the leaders have an understanding that we know what our rights are and we're willing to fight for those rights, we're going to keep getting abused in this manner. To your last question, can we repeal this? I think the answer to that question is yes. We're not asking for the system to change completely. If we stand united and we say we want, for example, just this section 24, one section, one egregious section to be changed, and we stand united, and we're able to push to make that happen, we're able to do everything that is necessary, whether it is to petition, whether it is through civil disobedience, whatever it is we need to do. If we are resolute, then we know we can make that change. You know why I know we can do that? Because right now, there was a law this government wanted. They wanted it for a while. It's called tax reform, and it is now effectively dead. And the reason why it is dead is because there was a region of the country that came out and said, we don't like this, it's not going to happen, and it didn't happen. Remember, one of the first things the government did when the coupists took over in Niger was that Nigeria wanted to send troops to Niger to go and intervene. Did we go? No. You know why we didn't go? Because the North said they didn't want it. So there are people who know their rights. There are people who they speak, but everybody knows they will back their speech with action. Until we begin to back our talk with action, nobody's going to take us seriously. The North understands that lesson, and they use it all the time, and nobody's going to mess with them because they know what happens if you do.
All right. I know you have to leave in 5 minutes or so. Let me do two things. I want to, for those who just joined us.
I have 15 more minutes.
Oh, 15 more minutes. Okay, good. Yeah. So let me play a video I've played before because I know people may not have seen it. And then I'll play a follow-up video and get you to connect the two together. And then we can go on with the conversation.
Wow. Wow. Number one. Number one. Number one. Number one. Àárín ló wà, ó ti lọ. Ó ti lọ. Number one. Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀? Kí ló dé? Kí ló dé? Kí ló dé? No be joke, no be joke. The man get out, he get level. This one is how much, please? 500,000.
This one 510,000.
510,000.
Yes.
This one, come.
That here you go start.
No. From here.
But like this one, it's almost 1.5 bag.
Okay.
So I don't join them. But like this bucket is 13,000.
13,000.
75, 45,000.
45,000.
This is 13,000.
This is 13,000.
Look at the 500 around.
This is 500.
Yes.
This one is
1,000.
1,000. How about the pepper?
This is 500.
500. Wow. So what cost it?
You cost it because everything is expensive. Even for
Please, can I catch you in camera?
that one because I have recorded that.
Okay.
But you can record, you can video it and send it, and you can record my voice.
Yes, I'm doing that.
Yeah. This expenses like that. The first reason, fuel cost.
Fuel?
And people are using dollars in Nigeria. Nigeria, we are using naira, but we are not using naira now. Actually, we are using dollar. Because a farmer used to bought a bag of fertilizer, almost 75,000 naira a bag.
Okay, for fertilizer.
If you go to the shop, they say dollar don't high because that fertilizer is not from Nigeria.
Okay.
It's Oibo manufacture it.
Okay.
So when you buy like 10 bags, if you can join this 75,000 times 10, it's almost getting to 500,000, or more than 500,000.
Okay.
When you harvest only 3 bags or 4 bags,
okay,
how much are you going to sell that bag? You consider how much you spend,
okay,
how much you pay transport,
okay,
you eat, bag of rice, you go buy that bucket of rice, 15,000.
Okay. All right, let's stop there. That's from our crack reporter, Righteous Man out of Lagos. So the question is this. If you approach the people hailing the president, they don't think they see the connection between what the president is doing and the price of items in the market. So the same thing with what we're talking about in terms of the shrinking political space in Nigeria. Most people, regular people in Nigeria, might say that they are not concerned. They don't even see themselves as participating in that space. You know, if they arrest Malcolm, okay, yeah, he talks too much. I've seen people talking about Dele, that Dele talks too much. That's why he was arrested. You know, how do you explain that to people?
So it is there is such a thing as conscientization. There is such a thing as mobilization. We have to continue to let people understand how these things are connected. Because, look, people are busy trying to live their daily lives. You think the person who is so hungry that they are willing to go into a stampede and almost lose their lives, you think that person is going to sit down and be trying to make the connection between how the Cyber Crimes Act in Section 24 affects whether they can post? No, they don't have time for that. So those of us who know, those of us who understand the connections, are the ones who have to help other people understand these connections. We have to be very conscious and intentional about it. One of the things that we don't do a lot in the South. So let me tell you something. The second video was amazing to me. Let me tell you why that video was amazing. Without knowing the ethnicity of the person speaking, I can tell he's a northerner. And here is a northerner selling vegetables in the market, making a linkage between the dollar price, between the exchange rate, and how the prices of commodities are affected in the market space. Is making a connection between inflation, the dollar exchange rate, and the fact that harvests are lean because of the challenges with terrorism and banditry that we're having in the country. You know why the average northerner that you might think is uneducated is able to do that? I'll tell you why. Almost every northerner you find a Fulani herdsman walking. You know what that Fulani herdsman will have? He will have a radio in his hand, and that radio is going to be tuned to two things. It's going to be tuned to BBC Hausa service, where on average, they're going to be listening to 2 to 3 hours of political commentary every day. And then after listening to BBC Hausa service for 2 to 3 hours, where people are making the connection between inflation and the Tax Reform Act and goods in the market, they're going to listen to another station called Deutsche Welle. Deutsche Welle Hausa service. This is from the Dutch service, where another set of northern political speakers are going to have another 2 to 3 hours of political commentary. So that person that you think is not as sophisticated as you are because you're driving a car, you're watching Arise TV, or you're watching, that person is listening on average to 4 to 6 hours of political commentary every day. That is the reason why no Malam that says anything is going to ever be arrested. Period. That's how it works. Because the average person there has been mobilized. And how have they been mobilized? Because they are listening to political commentary. They are not coming every Sunday or every Friday to spend 1 or 2 hours. They are listening every day. And every day, whoever gains their attention is actually providing them with a view of how their lives are impacted by the everyday things happening in the country. Certainly that tomato seller did not sit down and make a connection between the exchange rate and the price of goods. Somebody helped them make that connection. We have to become more sophisticated in helping our people understand how these connections, the connection between Dele Farotimi and what we're saying on our WhatsApp platforms, the connection between Dele Farotimi and his case, or Olamide Thomas and the challenge he's going through, and the little videos we make on our Facebook pages or on our TikToks. How those two things are connected, it's for us. We're the ones who are to help ourselves and our people and our brothers and sisters understand that connection.
Yesterday on the show, someone pointed out that when the tragedy in Ibadan happened, that there were some people who were saying that, kind of framing it like there is hunger in the West. And then the next day it happened in Abuja, it happened in the Southeast. Do you think that this ethnicity and the lines of division, that there are situations we may get to a point where people will look beyond that and start seeing that this issue is across the country and everybody's impacted?
Oh, absolutely. And we're already beginning to see evidence of that. So, and you're right, while the first response to the Ibadan crisis was, hunger in one part of the country, nature, providence, God, whatever it is you believe in, proved that to be a lie within two days. Because within a space of 2 to 3 days, in the East, in the West, and in the North, we saw the same thing happen. That hunger knows no language. The sound of hunger in Hausa is the same as the sound of hunger in Yoruba, is the same as the sound of hunger in Igbo, is the same as the sound of hunger in Efik and Ibibio. It is one. Hunger pangs speak no language. It is one universal language. So I think the challenges we're going through are going to make us realize that we're going through the same issues. I went through a listing of all the different people that have been caught up in these criminal libel and cyber stalking charges. And it is people from all over the country. People that are Igbo, people that are Yoruba, people that are Hausa. In fact, in the case of the issue with GTB, there's a Precious Eze, there's a Wale Rotimi. In the one case, right? If there's anything that unites us, it is the fact that our oppressors are the same. Our oppressors see no ethnicity. And if we are to dislodge our oppressors, if we are to unshackle ourselves from these chains, we also need to drop, these shades of ethnicity that attempt to separate us. Lugard said it best. It is divide and rule. So the people we fight against understand this well, divide them. Meanwhile, while we're divided, they are marrying into each other's families. They are giving themselves away in marriage. There's the one area where there's unity in Nigeria is at the top. Those who oppress us are supremely united, but they have ways of making us, those of us fighting and entering into stampedes for crumbs, make us think that we're different, but we're not different. And we are the ones who need to keep reminding ourselves that what unites us is way more than what divides us.
Now, Righteous Man, today is a good day, a wonderful day for you. So you have a chance to ask a second question if you have any.
Okay, yeah. My second question is looking at the electoral law of 2023. that led to a lot of debates and misinformation and so many accusations for and against the last election. Is there anything that can be politically done by those who are representing Nigerians in the House to repeal or to fine-tune our electoral laws? Because 2027 is at hand, like the president did say while presenting the budget of 2025, when he jokingly said, just like he said during the campaign of 2023, when he said, when he was in Rivers State, I think, he said APC, PDP. People didn't know what he really meant. They thought that it was just, it was mistongue or whatever. But at the end of the day, we saw the reflection of AP, PDP in Rivers State. So what can we do now, sir, to make sure that our electoral laws are repealed and we have a better laws for 2027?
I'm sorry, but there's no way a system can fight itself. Everybody in the National Assembly right now is a product of a flawed process. And, you know, why would they be interested in any type of reform? Reform will only happen if we demand it. And if we cannot change something, if we cannot get together to change something as straightforward and as simple as maybe, you know, Section 24 of the Cyber Crimes Act, then thinking anybody is going to provide electoral reform that will make the process better is basically expecting to wring a stone and get water out of it. So my view is that we should actually use things like trying to reform the criminal justice system, especially the repeal, or at worst, the reform of Section 24, this very egregious section that affects all of us, as long as we're on social media. If we cannot get together to make something like that change, then I actually do not believe at all that there's any way in which we're going to be able to get a system that benefits from the issues with the electoral process to reform themselves. There's no way you're going to take food out of your own mouth. And right now, the electoral laws, lax as they are, you know, permissive of misconduct as they are, that's what they rely on. Why should they want it to change? You know, it's unless we force the issue, it's not going to happen. I don't believe.
All right. Our guest has to go in 5 minutes, so let's quickly get Ovie and Janaba to ask a question each, and then we round up. Go ahead, Ovie.
Thank you. Dr. Malcolm, welcome again. I enjoyed, though I missed the last half of the conversation, but the first half I enjoyed, especially when you were, you know, giving out links. You know, I'm happy because I'm one person that criticized this idea of we. There's nothing like we. We keep saying we in diaspora. There's no hub, there's no address, there's nowhere we're reading together. So when I see you bringing out those links, I say, okay, well, that's a step forward, right? We are beginning to come together as we. Then Dr. Damaji played a video that Righteous Man sent in, the tomato seller, and your analysis was spot on. But I can't help to notice an issue there, because when you analyze the psyche, the ideology that driven the North, and how the relationship between them and how much they are so much inclined with politics and all that, you know, we fail to actually bridge the gap, give the workings, what actually led to that. I said that for me to come to that, let me say this. Anytime we are pointing out the ill doings of the North, maybe the Alimanjiri school that is not working, the illiteracy, whatever, within that conversation, we'll draw the analogy how their elite is actually responsible and why, like that, why they're taking advantage of it. So I expect you to actually put their elite in this conversation of how come the ordinary tomato seller is analyzing Forex and all that. It is due to the consciousness of their elite they guide those people what they listen to and what they see. There's a reason we don't see all our craziness shows in the south and the north. Nobody is talking about that. They are doing that for exactly what you just pointed out. There's a reason for you to be conscious to know what is happening first before you want to go into those Western. So I would be happy if you actually draw those credentials, because that is what we are missing. You said something about mobilizing and conscientizing. To me, that's not enough. We have to start organizing. We have to actually do the work on ground. How do we, I don't know if the word is control. How do we actually control what our kids are hearing? Because Iboki man is describing forex and how it affect them. If you go down to the south, they're going to tell you how Bobrisky and VDM did it. I mean, it's two different things. We live in the same country. So the workings of this elite in the north and in the south, how they affect their words, negative and positively, I think it's very important if you actually draw that analogy too. Thank you.
No, look, you're spot on. And I made mention of something. I said, look, the average northern person is listening to 2 to 3 hours of programming on BBC Hausa service, another 2 to 3 hours of programming on Deutsche Welle, the Dutch global radio station. It is somebody that is putting them on those programs, right? It is somebody that is saying, oh, there should be a Hausa service in fact, when there were no Yoruba or Igbo services at the BBC, there was always a Hausa service on the BBC. Many of us perhaps have never heard of Deutsche Welle, but Deutsche Welle is a Dutch radio platform. They've had a Hausa service for decades, chock full of programming. And to your point, yes, at the end of the day, somebody decides on the programming. Somebody, so look, it is up to us. The good news is what the North has done. So whether it is the elite, and you're right that the elite shapes the programming, the elite shapes the conversation. How is it? What does the average Northerner know about tax reform? But guess what? Go and speak to anybody on the streets in the North now, and what they'll tell you is that tax reform is intended to punish them. They may not know the details, but they've heard enough, either from all these services or from what they've heard from clerics. So it's very organized. But here we are, with disparate voices. Nothing is organized. When it comes to when you go for religious services in the North, the average cleric is spending maybe 25% of the time talking about what you need to do to get to heaven, and the remaining 75% of the time is politics as it is played on the ground in Nigeria. We go to whatever religious inclinations we have in the South, and all we're doing is laying up treasures in heaven with absolutely no regard for what is taking place on earth. So how can we even be on the same level or on the same page with the level of political consciousness that these guys have? But the good news is we know that exists. So the question then is, how do we begin to find ways of enhancing awareness given the systemic challenges that we already know we have in the South? There's so many voices, so many platforms, so many programs, so many distractions, so many cultural things that we're interested in, so little interest in politics as a thing, across, that cuts across our geopolitical zones. But if we're to make people aware that what they need to be doing when they see a convoy like that is to rain curses on that convoy, maybe even, if it was in some countries, people would take off their shoes and be throwing their shoes in disdain at such a splurge and such a show of crass obscenity, rather than hailing what they are seeing when it is your money that is being utilized uselessly. It's your money. We shouldn't be having Stockholm syndrome. But the people who have Stockholm syndrome don't know they have Stockholm syndrome. Somebody has to tell them that actually the way you are behaving is not normal. This is not what you do with an oppressor. So we need to be in a place where we're having those conversations and we're articulating that consistently and comprehensively.
All right. Thank you, Malcolm. One last question from Jonaba. Jonaba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy. How can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Makan, Fabiyi, thank you for all you do. And before I come to you, Righteous Man was asking you whether people like himself and Rudolph, everybody is a target. Is that why you are in darkness or there is no light, Righteous Man? Okay. If that's too much. so, so I think Righteous Man, are you trying to respond?
No. We don't have time, Janaba. Leave Righteous Man alone. He's good in the darkness.
This is the discrimination. You don't want to hear the Northern voice, and this is the problem we are having.
Janaba, you're not from the north. You're not from the north.
I'm a complete Kanuri man.
Benue
I
is
grew
in
up.
the
It's just
Janaba,
like
listen.
your children are American citizens, and they will tell you, my father is Igbo, but I'm American born. I'm from Brunei, I'm a Kanuri. What are you telling me?
Janaba, you're
Are
from
you the
Benue.
one to? Are you the one to define me? This is the discrimination. Are you the one to define me? I'm a grown-up man.
I'm actually going to surprise you. The new map of Biafra had you in Biafra. You are talking about being in Northern. The new map of Biafra had you in Biafra, and you are saying
Nigerian is a scam by Biafra, and Biafra made in Finland is not a scam. It's
anyway.
Okay. Dr. Makan, thank you for having me. What is your stand about the political awareness and the North in your own word and the other side of Nigeria? Why the East or the West are more educated and more informed, and their level of political involvement is less?
So I think the previous question before you was actually very instructive. And even though the average Northerner might listen to more political programming, it is programming, right? Majority of Northerners are out of school. As we speak, there are over 30 million Northern youth in Almajiri schools. They're not going to school. These are, and the Northern elites tolerate it. In fact, they don't only tolerate it, they encourage it. And the reason why they encourage it is simple. It gives you a ready army of people that will vote for you no matter what. And because everybody listens to just a few political programs, it is easy to shape and form mass public opinion very quickly. There are advantages to that and there are disadvantages. The advantages are that honestly, whenever the North wants to turn on the heat, and whenever the North decides it is interested in the presidency of Nigeria, for example, it is always immensely challenging to change that, because it's easy to mobilize people, especially people that you have dispossessed of the ability to seek other sources of information because you've not made it available to them. Now, on our end, there's a diversity of views, diversity of opinions. The challenge that creates sometimes is we're a cacophony of voices. We're not a united choir. We sing in different tones. And if you don't have a good choir master, the tenor, the alto, the soprano, the bass, if you don't coordinate those things, it doesn't sound like music, it sounds like noise. So what we need to do is we need to understand how to begin to make music out of noise. We need to begin to recognize that we all have, we might have different preferences, we might think we have different issues, but the reality is we need to start finding a way to ensure that those of us who believe and want Nigeria to move forward, regardless of where we come from, I'm from Kogi State, so I'm a Northerner. I'm from the North Central region. If you are from Benue, you and I are from the same region. But we, all of us Nigerians, need to begin to recognize that if we want Nigeria to move forward, then regardless of where we're from, we need to begin to band together and come together, ignore all these issues of, whatever all these noises, and work together towards, again, enlightening our people, pointing out commonalities, finding common ground, and finding ways to move forward together.
Right. Thank you so much, Jonaba. Thank you, Malcolm. And on this note, unless you have final words, you can maybe you can remind people what to do to join the movement and take action to help protect the political space in Nigeria.
Absolutely. So, so again, we came together, driven primarily by what happened to Dele Farotimi, and recognizing that what happened to him can happen to any one of us. And that, in fact, it's not if it can happen, it is a question of when it happens. So what we would, we're trying to do three things. One is to make sure we have a legal defense fund so that anybody who is a victim of injustice in Nigeria can have a means of defending themselves. The second one is to make sure that we coordinate action and activity. Yes, these laws are being, they are legal cases, but the truth is they are political cases masquerading as legal cases. Olamide Thomas, who did a video about Sheyi Tinubu, it's not about Olamide Thomas. When all of us are now discussing it, the woman's travail has been very public. So the next person who wants to make a video that is parodying Sheyi Tinubu will understand the risks of doing so. And the likelihood is they will not do so. So again, it dampens discourse. But we want to make sure that we're responding politically to political issues while also making sure we're responding legally to those legal issues. And the third one is a whistleblowers initiative. And what we want to do with that whistleblowers initiative is to ensure that those who have information about corruption, that they are able to bring it to the public space. And there are two things we want you to do. So there's a link to a WhatsApp group. Please join that group. There are many other Nigerians that are there, and everybody who wants to find a way forward to stand against all these injustice in the legal system and the judicial system, please join that group. And then we have a survey. And what that survey would help us to do is to, one, identify you, two, understand how you want to help, how you want to participate, so that we can begin to join our voices together and start moving together in unison to begin to address some of these fundamental challenges that we face. So thanks again, Rudolph, for the opportunity to come and have a conversation with you and everybody else.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Malcolm Fabiyi. We are going to take a break and then we will come back and review what happened. Malcolm, thank you so much, and hopefully you'll join us again another time.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. All right, so let's take just 2 minutes or 3 break, and then we'll come back.
When your master love you, Aqua was a rubio. Max, if you have go Quanumo, no Fube, Nazo, Olaga, ni Piazigo, Mamulaga, Doni Piazigo, Aqua will Chio, Bico Rapuzo, Conavazia. When your master because Abama water the sorry. If you want to go na Ulaga dori piazigo, Ulaga dori piazigo, Abama wilo chila, bigger Mazi welcome up. Odoguna Quaresunaka. Onyomaniga delemo. Mazi ni Mazi. Ibu go with melody. Is it one them nigga delemo? Olagadoni Bezigono, Molagadoni Bezigo, Amama Milo Chilo, Nicorazo, Anabaze, say, Oyamazarade, Amama Mazarade, sorry. Ibya Moyano Guanamo, Obubenare, Olaga. Mulagadoni Biazugo, Nazaboy. Mulagadoni Biazugo, Avamagilo Chilo, Biko Rapuzoro, Anabazi. Ice. Odogo Canaro Bikachofo. Amaquamnica Gogogia. Well, you work well. Get your mobile back. Hey, you want? Eku kampune kene, amago ndinso. Chukwe mekalumo, ike chukwu negaje. Esi nwanne m ekene ịla polife niile na-eme wee bịa ka gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom ga-adị ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu isili mmaksi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na-echọlụ na ngeme wisdom onume ekene gị gbamanwe ihe ihe biko lapụ zoro 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 Geduru joy na bugwa osa Sokoto Ujembe mwilo Anu solo mwe manofia nara Onye wuro zurike
that you arouse, you don't awaken the man pretending to be asleep. Am I the one who has to tell these religious traders that the country is collapsing around their ears and they should tell their congregation? They could march on the street and be praying nonsensical prayers, but they cannot speak in support of the right of citizens to protest. Am I the one who will tell them that? Am I the one who will tell the imams who went to Aso Rock and the lesser imams were given, the lesser clerics were given $10,000 and the bigger ones were given 20? Am I the one who will tell them to stop lying to the victims of their excesses? If I'm working to awaken the people to find common purposes and those who are called in the name of God are busy profiting from the misery of the people and being paid off to be silent to the point where clerics have become distribution point for palliatives, so I cannot waste my life. In actual fact, I think about 4 or 5 years ago I wrote a piece, I do not write for you. What was I saying? I'm not speaking or writing. It is the man.
All right, welcome back, everybody, and thank you for staying with us. Ovie is still here, and Jonaba is here. I appreciate all of you, and I just want to announce that we are 28 subscribers away from 1,000 for Iroko Post TV. So please, we can make it happen today, so that we'll be going into the new year ready to provide you with the kind of programming we're able to do out of Dr. Damage's platform
Dr.
here.
Damage, I'll give you secret where you go use.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just set up a show. Say Dr. Damage second marriage is coming up on the 1st of December, January. Put picture, put everything, do small video, put there, and you now said you go live when you have 30 subscribers. 5 minutes later, you go complete. One propaganda there, say you want marry or something.
Obie, you don't have anything to lose, so I understand. You have nothing to lose. When you get to a position like our position,
Your wife go understand. Your wife go. You go reason that with your wife first before you put her there.
yeah, when you get married, you start. Then we can talk. John Abba understands, and people like us, you don't understand. But thank you so much for the advice.
Maybe, no, I'm married before. Maybe that's why I no work.
All right. So
I don't last 2 years. I don't last 2 years. It collapse.
You have to tell us. Did you go to therapy?
No, when I'm looking for 100,000 subscribers, I'll put up that story.
All right. Thank you. So, John, welcome back. Merry Christmas in advance. I know that for people like you, I know you celebrate Christmas, or do you not?
Thank you. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for having me. It was always a wonderful thing to be with you. Uh, Ray is Ray living his own world. Mhm. Ray is a good man. If I have the privilege, you married too early, that's just why you're still a young man. That's why the first one didn't want. Now you've grown. When you marry, it will stay. Um, I think it's always a good thing to watch your show and all that. Um, One of the thing I struggle with when I listen to so many educated Nigerians that they don't believe that they are Marjorie school, no matter how it is, even though they say it's a school, but they don't wrap their mind around the fact that the reason why Africa and Nigeria are where it is today, we don't have a commonality of one voice as a school in our own tradition, even though that one also can be direct, that is maybe Arabic school, or which they call it an Majori school, that is a foreign education, but the sense behind it is like it's still a school, but they dismiss that. It just has to be English. And that is when they will recognize it. That baffles me as educated people. Yeah, physics and chemistry, they are not English, but they impart the word and the formula to advance the world where we are today. So I don't understand that, but it's okay. Uh, yeah, I think we have to come to a better understanding of influence. The only thing is that I always say that if Nigeria will change, it will start from the north. Uh, Regardless of your view, how you see it, whether the people are being brainwashed or they are loyal to their own people, but then whatever they say is they are in more unity to carry out whatever they want. And I hope the south, the west, the southeast, and all if you come to two part of Nigeria, north and south, we understand that, so that we can hold those people accountable. The same way you see that the protest that was carried out, it was more impactful in the northern part of Nigeria than any other place, because they were able to galvanize them. even though people started demonizing it, that where those children come from. No matter what it is that they use them, whether you say as a tools, but at least they were able to communicate and they carry out their agenda. The same way if we have people in other part of Nigeria to say enough is enough, to push back. On the issue of Dele now, you can see that very few came out in person. I think it will be meaningful and more impactful in the real life than just online. But which online also was a very way of communicating. But the people will come out without uh, uh, fear or any consequences to push back in number if it happens in any part of the north that they feel that it's injustice. And I tell you, so already said it on your show. The reason why the 1% still hold people hostage, one is fear. Secondly, is people are not coming out in masses. And if they come out, the people that they're afraid of, they are more afraid of them than the way we think. Thank you.
Jonaba, before you go, let me ask you, if the Amajiri school system is good, the way you are, and we people in the south do not understand it, why is it that the elites in the north, they are not sending their children to that school? They send them to the traditional schools, even abroad. If it's that good, why are they not doing it? I know that the children of Atiku and El Rufai, they all went to traditional school systems abroad and came back, and they are in big positions. People who went to Amajiri schools, do they end up working at NNPC and places like that?
And Marjorie School is Arabic school of the tradition of Islam. Just like you see the people went to Webi school, which is by Oyedepo. They went to Redeem School. And that is the same thing. The other one you are saying about their children going to the western, get educated in the western part of the country. This is, we are talking about traditional school, that the belief system that they invoke in the north. So the fact that they do not, and people leave an Majority school to attend all the school you are talking about, most northern and most of the elite today, they went through the same school. So it's not like they are educated like Erufai's children now in political space in Kaduna, that they do not go through it. They all went through it, but only have the privilege to go through the reform one. Maybe they are not in the same class.
So are you saying that, Jonaba, are you saying that you can take WAEC after going through a Majority school?
No, I told you it's a traditional school. So I'm not saying, I already explained to you. I think you are not paying attention. And I said to you that all of them that you are saying that they went to
No, I don't know. I'm just asking
and then
questions.
you if I tell you it's a traditional school, yes, I said to you that they also leave that and the Islamic or whatever you call it, and Major is an insult to them. And another language you are using, that is an insult.
Okay, Islamic. Okay, so it's Islamic school. You are saying,
of course,
okay,
they're citing the Quran. So
okay.
if you, it's just like you.
So, hold on. Be careful. Be patient with us. We Southerners, we don't know anything. Now,
you know more.
No. Seriously, I don't know. I've never been inside any of the schools you are talking about. So what I want to know is that we have like Oyedepo school and other schools. They take WAEC. There's a school in my hometown where it's owned by a church.
No, I'm not talking about the Oyedepo University. There is a traditional a Bible school that is not that they call it Wobi. Wobi is all about religion, about Bible. It's not the college. It's not the communal university. That if you want to become a Oyedepo workers, for instance, it's almost like compulsory for you to go through Wobi, a school. And that is all religious based. You cannot live there and go and write any WAEC. They offer you any certificate that they offer in Wobi school. So, and it's all religion, even though you use English to learn it, but it's all about Bible. It has nothing to do. You live there and go and write any WAEC. It's all the same way. It's all about brainwashed.
So I am confused now more than before.
Yeah,
So are
because
you?
that is the way you guys look at it. Oh, and
No,
Madrid
wait, Jonaba, wait. You said that the people in the South do not understand the school system. Okay, we are trying to understand it. And you are saying that it's not terrible, it's not bad, because that is only because it's Arabic.
Yes.
So, yeah, so I wanted to know, when you finish from that, because when you finish from that, where do you go to next? What do
And
you
I asked you, and I also reply to you when you finish from Wobi school, introduced
I don't know
by
what Wabi is. I don't know what it is.
Okay, then you go and do your
The one
research.
the one in my hometown, owned by a church. When you finish, you take work.
Yeah, that is when you are talking about secondary school, primary school. The Arabic school, or that you guys call it an Majri school, is the Islamic school. It's just like a religious school, and most of them incite it, and they believe in Allah and all of
And when you are done with that school, where do you go to?
Those that have privilege to go to university and all the elite, including
how do they wait, hold on. How do they get to the university? Do they
go to this is I told you from the beginning, it's traditional to their belief system, right? And those that have other means of educating themselves or breakthrough still go to university, go to secondary school and graduate and go to university. And most of the elite you see in the north today, they went through the same school. The only thing is that though other people may not have a privilege of learning the Western in a Western education, that is all the difference. But the only thing is that traditionally, like people were citing the Arab, the Quran, and all of that is the basic religious study that they learn, and that is all about it. And people from there that graduated from that school, they don't offer them any standard of education, but at least they understand whatever they are teaching them. And then people that have privileges go to school and graduate, but most of them in the north, they all went through the same school.
Okay, one last question. Buhari went to Zaria College. Most of the elite in the north, they all came out from Zaria College. I'm talking about in the 60s and 50s. Did they also went to Amajiri school? Is it something go side by side?
Yes, they do.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Yeah, and you can ask Ovie went to school in a part of Borno State. He can understand that. We have a lot of our classmates who also, their thought is a normal thing when you are growing up. The Majiri is beggar, and Majiri is different from Arabic school. You are telling the Majiri are the people who come out in the evening to say Allah Ro. So that is a different thing. You are missing two things. And Majiri
Okay. So this is not different from like Sunday school that we have in the South.
Very correct. Biblically.
Okay. So you don't go. Okay. All right. Good. So thank you, John Abba. It's not aggressive. We're not being
no. It's not only because I wanted to establish the fact that the difference we have in culture is to understand my culture, I understand your culture. If you understand that, okay, the Western education is very important, and it's also about colonizing. If the West or the South more into colonized by the English people, and from the back of the north by the Arab. So it's still the same thing, that having part on both of them in a different way, even in the religion, that they come from that side as Islam, and they come from the south as Christian as it is today. So it's the same thing. Now you have Bible school in the east or south, and then you have the whatever you call Majri school in the north.
All right. Thank you, Janaba. Ovi.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
So what do you take? What is your takeaway from the show?
Yeah, I think I wanted to actually know what next. What are the details of his the base condition? What are the details? What can and what he cannot do? So I think I get a little bit of that. It's not too far from what I assume or what I think would be that. He has concluded that them stopping from talking to the media is pretty much to. No, remember, I don't know, Dr. Ramage, if you still recall, we have this conversation briefly, on the side when I said that this is not I think comically, I comment on one of your posts. I said that this is a message to the rest people out there who want to do that part, not to shut them up. I said something like that, and you laugh, and that's exactly what Dr. Fabiyi is actually repeating. Which and now within us, don't worry, be that everybody keep looking at the narrow picture. But if you pay attention, if you look around what is going on in the world, it's pretty much the same. The Brazil government say, man, you know what? Yes, we will tell you what and what is accepted. We want to see in our internet space, and that become a big deal between him and Elon Musk. And the Brazilian government won because they tell us, go be bringing all others in company back there again. The same thing with Australia. TikTok is on his way out, so it's not. I see it from that angle, and I think exactly this is what is happening. And another thing that I'm seeing here, it has like there's a power tussle too between. If the guys were there in charge now, how many of them remain, right? Tinubu, Atiku, that's it. So if you do not look at the guys who they come, so and I think there's a fight between them. Can they finish with Tinubu? See, pass on that to the other person again. So I see that too. It might not be very clear. I could be wrong, but I think this is bigger than just Dele Farotimi. Another thing again, I appreciate. I should have asked him when he was talking about whistleblower initiative. Now, it has to be passed into law, right, before it can even make sense. Dr. Dameji, that whistleblowing. You are muted, Dr. Dameji.
Yeah, what they are trying to do is essentially what the media is doing, which is that you can send information to Sahara TV today or Sahara Reporters today or Premium Times and say, look, I have this information about this person, about this situation, and they will they will take it from you and investigate, and if it's accurate, they will publish it. So that's what they are trying to do, the same thing. But in the case of this group, Malcolm's group, they have incentives that will encourage you to turn in information that will be useful. But in the case of the media, most media houses, they don't pay you. They won't.
No, I'm not talking about pay. You were talking about. I think the whistleblower. It's a law in some other countries. If I'm right,
it's a law in Nigeria too. There's a law about that in Nigeria. And
there's a law. There's a law protect whistleblowing. Oh, okay. Yeah. Really, there was.
But that's not enough for people to do that. It's still dangerous.
You have to the cooperation of the media or the people. I understand that. Yeah, so that's a good thing. So, and these are the kind of things that made me ask him that question when we were talking about the average Norths, how conscious they are and all that. It is they're not bonding with them. You understand? Their space is so controlled. Maybe now one of the things where we no go like, right? Just like when you look at America, you look at China. An average American tells you, oh, Chinese no get freedom. But do you really know? You understand? But that's just how they program them. So the same thing with us. I think the reason why they just allow us not to just consume everything. Right? If you go our media space now, all these useless shows, right? I think the reason why they leave is just for us not to know what is going on. Because so many, I think 99% of the kind of shows where they show for South. You know, go be see for corner too. It's not, but so there's a disadvantage, there's advantage at the same time. I think that's the conversation we need to be having. But most importantly, we don't know anything. Let's say we don't actually understand how this government work, and the elites understand that only a few people know. So, but how do we go now and penetrate those people that are forgotten and let them understand this is actually how things work? Because that's the only way you can defeat them. You have to have had numbers more to the polling booths that we have now. 40,000, 40 million, 50 million. Right? So, and everybody who wants to be president is lazy, doesn't want to actually go out there, do the work, bring more people into the voting system. That's only you can stand a chance. Right? That's why they always the verse where they keep using the word mobilize, mobilize. You cannot mobilize somebody who has more resources than you, especially when that person is in power. How you want to over mobilize that? That person, if you wake up 24 hours to the D-Day and has resources to change everything. But if you are organizing, it takes time. That's where the conscience will come. You have to educate people, and it takes a lot of time. You might not even live to see the fruit of what you are doing. And I think that's where the selfishness lie, right? People like them, to Nigeria, we just want to make you get military men, but go educate people for village. They come. If you wear khaki, good though. But you just want me to go wear khaki. May go wear khaki.
Thank you. Thank you, Obi. Fathers, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. This thing, Dr. Damages. You know, I was enjoying your line of questioning, Jonaba, so I came in. But that said, Ovie, in terms of mobilization, you can mobilize without having as much resources as your opponent.
Sorry, Father, hold on. Sorry. No verse. On Almanjiri, no, not on you. On Almanjiri about Jonaba. What Jonaba is saying, right? Almanjiri at the very, very stage of your life for education, that very, very basic stage, at the age of 2, 3, when you go to work, those days for village, Dr. Damages, where they will carry slate, give you, make you go class. That's exactly. So now that stage, now you go join Almanjiri school. So as you grow older, when you don't reach the age of going to primary, secondary school, you can combine them. That is where if now free anyway, but if you can afford it, you can do that. But if you cannot afford it, even if you continue to the ranks of the elementary school and you become an adult, within that process, you go learn trade. You go see learn other tools. There is advancement to it, but not just that basic stage that you can say it's compulsory or it's not, but not everybody they do. But it doesn't just end there. As you grow into other way of aspect of life.
Yeah. Back to the point I was making regarding resources, whether you have less resources or whether you are in office. If this is a problem, I say to people all the time, you have to learn the right lessons. You just had it happen in America right now, and you said the opposite here. You just had the same situation.
I will debate you on that. Go
in
ahead.
America right now. Kamala Harris had 1 billion in funding, and Trump flattened her. And it happened the last time when Trump won again. Hillary had a lot more resources. Their party was in office. They flattened her still. It tells you that there are other things. You can have asymmetric approach to challenges that you face, and you win in the end. But that said, regarding, you see, this is why military knowledge is often useful.
Can I educate you on that? Can I educate you on that? No, can I educate you on that? What you just said, because that's what is on the media. No, but that what you are saying is not accurate. What happened in America? It's not accurate.
Okay.
If you want, I can educate you on what actually happened. Now, first of all, what you need to know is a two-party system. There's history, there's structure to it, right? But what you don't understand, when Donald Trump lost the election, they started organizing the next day. Even up to today, he no agree say that he lost the election. But guess what? They swing to action. Go and study what they call Turning Point America, what they did. America First, what they did. The kind of Elon Musk himself put over 250 million. Doing what? Mobilizing voters. So there is a lot of work that went into what finally come to the result that you saw. Forget what they tell you for TV. They never stopped working since the day they lost election. Never stopped working. Steve Bannon even went to jail. You understand? So just that's why they always the best when we are making example, just without actually giving details how they arrive at that. And that's where the work is.
Reason. The example I gave is well within reason, because you don't expect the Democrats that are in
it's not well within reason. Resources. Hold on.
Why are you arguing this point? It's not even a point what arguing, it's a fact. The money
you cannot just come back.
Is a lot.
Can you mobilize PDP and APC that already have structure? How do you mobilize PDP and APC that already have structure? In America, the parties are already there. It's two different things to Nigeria. You cannot mobilize PDP and APC in Nigeria. Try it and see if it's going to work. You have to mobilize within APC.
I don't know.
You have to mobilize around it.
It's okay. It's okay. You win.
So Nigeria, if you want to mobilize, you have to mobilize within the structure that is already.
It's fine. You win. See, there's no
No,
point.
hold on, Dr. Damage. Hold on, Nigeria. It's very important thing to note here. If you want to mobilize to win in Nigeria, you have to mobilize around the structure that's already in existence, which is what PDB and APC. You cannot mobilize outside these two structures and win. Try it and see if it's going to happen. That's the difference between America and Nigeria. There are two-party systems in America who have been there for over 200 years. So even if you don't have money, just do the work and the result will come out. That's what happened.
Infrastructure. I don't see. Please let's leave that side for now because I think I'm more interested in our majority.
Yes. Macron was a banker. What is the coalition that brought Macron to power? Macron was a banker. Let's go into the details about Macron.
All right.
Let's go into the details about Macron. You don't say about Macron. What is the structure? What is the structure that brought Macron to power? Can you tell us about that?
Ovie, hold on.
It's not new structure, it's an old structure.
No, there is the concept of asymmetric.
It is not about concept, it's a reality. Can you make it work outside existing structure?
It is possible to have a larger force lose to a smaller force.
Not outside existing structure. You have to have an existing structure for you to mobilize around it. It's two different things.
Okay, let's end. This is what I want you guys to understand. Let's end this formally before you can go into this new debate. People watch this maybe 2 weeks from now, 3 months from now. People will come back to watch what we are doing now, and they will be confused at this point because they thought that we were trying to do feedback on what our guest spoke about, and then all of a sudden it goes into something else and totally. So people just think about that. So let me hear your view, forefathers, if you have any view on.
I'm sorry I didn't catch a lot about the guests, but all I caught was you grilling Jonaba, and I was a bit enjoying it, but it looks like you pulled back again. I thought I should come and finalize or find out more clearly what he's actually trying to say there, because you are alluding to the fact that there was a bit of separation between modern education system and their majority system that actually has consequences. That's what you're trying to say. And he is trying to say that it's benign and it's normal. But Jonaba, if you look at the outcomes, you can see that direction that they are heading them towards, they are moving them away from Western education system by going in there. And you did say that the elites in the North attend it. They don't. The elites don't. Their children don't attend it. Maybe they will attend maybe a Quranic school when they are going to the mosque or something like that, but they don't attend a majri.
And Marjorie is begging. That's what I said. If you listen to me, I'm not cutting you off. We are having conversation.
That's fine.
And Marjorie is meaning is a term, is a downplay of existence of beggars. So in the evening, they will use the language mean alaro. In the evening, those are less privileged people who attend that school. And Marjorie, the word and Marjorie, go and look at the term. So the point I'm making
means people that travel around seeking knowledge. That's what it means.
Yes, but also beg at the same time. Use the word.
Almajiri means student. Once you're Almajiri, you are a student. Yeah, that's what it means.
It's a level of privileges of a less privileged people that we also have in our society around the world, or in the Nigerian space or any African space. Right, so the world there's nothing like say an Almajiri school. It's Arabic school. The only thing that you see them, they gather in the evening or gather in the morning, mostly conducted by the mosques. So it's a religious study. So then when you take it to the level of, say, an Almajiri is a different kind of system altogether. You are talking about almost like a beggars on the street. So, but what we are saying is that what I commented is that the influence, how to mobilize the people, taking advantage of them by their people is another thing. Using them for the tools that they want them to be used for is another thing, either in the right way or in the positive way. What I want you to understand, whether it's in the Western education or Arabic education, is all brainwashed. And what I'm trying to say is that Africa at this point could have a united language that they teach their people. But today we are divided between the Western education and the Arabic education, which in the mix, we are the one that lost everything. So that's my point.
I agree with you that it's brainwashed on both sides, but one side also does insert an element of objective knowledge in terms of mathematics, physics, chemistry, sciences. But the
No,
other side completely
South,
takes it away.
in the South, they also teach Bible school.
Yeah, they teach it, but try to understand where I'm coming from. Try to I hear where you are coming from.
You are looking at it in the educational way of English, but when they
No,
teach you
not
Bible,
English. No, you are
okay.
you are mistaking me.
It's same,
Because
which,
English.
which
Try to
Bible
hear me
school?
out, Jonah. Try to hear me out
listening,
here.
I'm
I hear
listening.
what you are saying. What I'm saying is that the very valuable aspect is wanting to teach people morals to West is Arabic morals or Western morals. It's another thing to teach them actual scientific knowledge that is objective. It doesn't have scientific knowledge. If a Chinese man learns, it's the same thing that a Western person will learn. Is the same thing an Arabic person will learn. That is actually useful in the real world, and which I truly believe is the purpose of our being here. And they are taking that away from their religious education. That is a problem because they are not kind of integrating in modern education system.
No, hold on, guys.
Hold on, guys. Different thing.
Hold on, guys. Let me do this. I have someone writing me. He wrote an article in the 90s. He shadowed the Amajiri in Jigawa State for over a month and wrote an article for Tribune and Sketch. And what he's telling me here is different from what John Abba is saying. So what I want to do is this, and some of these things, that's what we, hopefully next year we do more of this. We don't just talk about these things from perspective, little things that we all know. We get experts to come and discuss this, and we listen to them, people who have done this kind of work. I don't know about John Abba. I don't know whether you went to such a school, you know more, but so that we have a rich conversation, not just
but
the one you have now. You are
sorry. Jonaba.
Go ahead.
I went to secondary school with students, with people that started from Almajiri. I mean, what you now they talk as Almajiri school, right? One of my friend actually ended up becoming one of the best graduating students in the whole country. Today, now one of the best pharmacists in London. That's how he started. So I don't know why would they. So that's what the question I was to Nigeria. I went to Nigeria and said you are denying them from scientists that are useful in life. Do you understand they are Muslim nation that their whole system is built on that and they are striving?
No, they are not actually.
So you don't know what they are teaching.
They are not actually building it on. They are not actually like that. And in terms of scientific innovation, many of the Islamic nations are behind actually. So let's get that straight.
But the more the issue.
Now exactly my point. When you talk about no, go on. See, we are having a conversation. They are behind, right? Among all especially the colonized world, who are speaking English today, right? Especially within the African context. And many of them are actually ahead of this country that say that they are behind in terms of science and technology.
In terms of the colonized nation, there are other effects that are kicking in. But if you look at the Nigerian space itself, that's how you isolate the issue. Because if this North, they are getting educated, and the South is getting educated, the outcomes are very different. Something is happening there. And because outcomes do matter. There are consequences to these things. You can't just have people grow up and they don't aspire in terms of the key areas.
Hold on. Slow down. No, that you are using broad. Hold on, you are using broad terms, right? Outcome. So, can you show me some outcomes in the South that you cannot see in the North, and the differences?
The number of people
in line with what you are saying
in the South is higher than the number of graduates in the North. The number of people that attain JAM level is higher than in the South in the North. The literacy rate is higher in the South than in the North.
Don't speak like that. Hold on. To Niger. We are educated. Hold on to Nigeria. Hold on. We are educating. We are educating ourselves here. Don't just say the numbers. That doesn't make sense, right?
You said
Put figures to it. Put figures to it. How many graduate from the south?
Okay, I mean,
yeah, so I mean, you have to back what you are saying up. Don't just come.
No, we've already done this before. We've done this before.
Stop using broad. Stop using. Hold on. Stop using political terms. Stop using broad terms. Put no. If you say, oh, in the south we have 100 graduates this year. In the north, now 5 we get. Then you are making sense.
Okay, hold on. Everybody, hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Okay, we are giving lower cut-off scores to catch up. Have we caught up? It has only made people lazy. So, I'm sorry, madam. I'm sorry. I don't think we should hide. We should hide behind fairness and say that everyone must be equal. The best we can do is to give people equal opportunity. Yes, today we live in a country in which, for federal government colleges entrance exam or JAMB, one state has a cutoff of X and another state has a cutoff of 10 times X, and you say you are building a nation. You are not. You are creating bitterness from the grassroots.
All right. Why I played that is, hold on, who is speaking? Why I played that is to point out that there are some debates that there are some issues that you don't, even without giving the specifics, because we didn't plan that we're debating this. I'm not expecting Niger to know the figures of how many the people graduated in the South. I don't think anybody in the North is protesting or saying that they have equal number of people who are graduating in the North as in the South. No, that's not a debate. It's not being debated. So we will not have the figures, but there's no debate around that issue. What we are saying, just like what El-Rufai said there, is it's about making sure people are not coming to this in a very negative way, making sure that kids across the country have equal opportunity to participate in that country in whichever way they wanted to. And to be worried that maybe there is a system in place. Because if you look at out-of-school students, kids, they are more in the North than in the South. They shouldn't be anywhere. There shouldn't be. People should go to school. Even someone like Atiku, most people don't know this, that the colonial government forced the father to send him to school.
Dr. Dameji, before you go far, I think when somebody tells us that we are a victim of history, a person is spot on. We should not be intellectually lazy here, right? When that law was put in place, what is the ratio of institution of education institution within these countries? That is what is result. That is why this law was put in place. Between that time and now, almost 50 years, how many universities has they built? You can almost compare, right? The reason why you don't want us to go into number, I'm putting you now because now you bring out why you are listening to El-Rufai, who is also a house member of the people who are responsible for what we are saying today, and you're not expecting to come and take responsibility in public. No, don't do that, right? I'm not saying you should give me exactly accurate of what number that is out there. No, when we are having a conversation like that is challenged, that is been in our subconscious for a very long time, we should try, right? If you don't have number to actually back it up, don't bring it up because you will be challenged. So Nigeria is one person that likes to challenge people. So I'm challenging. If you don't have number to back it up, put it aside because it's even our time. It's our time we allow that law where they give some people low score and a high score. It's at that time. But they don't want us to have that conversation. It happened in Bangladesh. That's what they fought for. Quota system, right? Every state in the north has university. They are producing as much as we have. Now, when we all agree, according to the number, the constitution that they have more numbers in the north than us, of course, you should expect anything that is going for that demand numbers. People, when they tell you, them plenty pass you. But you agree to say people no go school, they know reach your number. How does that make sense? They are, an average university in the north is more than 20 years. So all those people that are reproducing, what did they do? So if Erufai, who is the architect of making sure things are not working within the north, and you are believing him, I'm sorry, then we are not going anywhere with those kind of conversation we are having. So the reason they put that law is because they don't even get school. Now they almost get school pastors. They've been producing graduates, right? They know they go on strike, make we no go. Now the same thing. So all those they are graduates, if they are not producing, which again, I disagree. Because by the time we begin to bring some professionals abroad who are the northern region, who came from ABU, you will be shocked. That's why they challenge them. So please, we should not just shut conversation down just because one politician come. No, it's obvious, it's visible to the eyes. There are more universities. We can argue that every university, among the below universities that's older, pretty much every other university in Nigeria. How many they produce? How many southern and southern plenty pass for that bill and northern plenty pass? So the people where they brag in and then get number pass since the inception of Nigeria, right? So what happened? They know they go school after they know they pass. So we should stop all this old belief that we are more educated than them. I disagree.
All right.
100% I disagree. Unless you can prove it up with numbers that we all can agree with.
Literacy rate is higher in the south than in the north. We've done it here. I can show you the data right now.
Hold on.
Please let me say something on Erufai. Is playing into political arena, looking forward to buy into the debate of the most southern that they are giving opportunity to. So it's a political talking point he's creating for his future office. He is there, he's still not changing or pressing and denying other even a basic human right. So if you take Erufai for his sincerity, not because of his political career he's building for his future, that is fine and good is you. And then when it comes to what when it comes to what all Napolitis is saying is that when that quota system came up to encourage the Northern to go to school, can we now have a review of it and make it? It is all about carrying the nation along to make sure no one is left behind. I don't know why you guys make it a personal issue instead of having empathy for those that are struggling and to make it a talking point instead of saying, okay, it's time for us, like, so okay, equip everybody, every brain in this world have the capacity, if you train it, to be better than whatever they are and to be challenged to be better and to exploit what we can offer instead of making a debate between the who is more educated between the south and the north. It's all, no one to be left behind, should be a goal of all of us.
Yeah, but the whole purpose of the conversation was to address maybe the possible negative effects of this Amajori system that is being played, because it's denying a significant amount of time of their lives in studying things.
All right. Hold on, everyone. Let's see Ekene for a second.
Yeah, you have someone that knows about Almajiri centers, not an expert, because I don't know what one malam if he said that I'm an expert. I'm not an expert. I just know about Islamic schools and Almajiri schools. And I'm of the opinion, you can Google it, you can go to, for better understanding, converting Hausa to English or English to Hausa. Almajiri means apprentice, going to learn something, going to learn, acquire skill. That's what it is. Almajiri, it is not a school, right? It's just a center. They call it Almajiri Center, not Almajiri School. I don't know why we are attributing school to it. In the north, they have Islamic schools where the privileged children, those from wealthy family, politicians, where they send their children to go and learn Arabic language. Why the downtrodden? Because they cannot afford or they cannot be in the same level or center with those of the rich. They will resort to taking their children to acquire skills in Almajiri centers. Now, these Almajiri centers are used for a lot of, different things. One, they use it, as I said earlier, to acquire skills. Two, some use it as a form of punishment to their hearing or stubborn children. When they figure out that their child is stubborn or their child is going out of the path, they will send this child to Almajiri school where he will get punished, where he will be redirected to live normal. Others, you also use Almajiri school as a confinement center. For example, in the north, you come to a family where a child will decide to leave Islam and turn to Christianity or turn to any other religion. This child will be captured, bungled, and sent far away out of the state. Like, for example, if the child is in Kano, the child may end up finding himself in Katsina under one malam that he has no knowledge of. He doesn't know this, no family relation, nothing. And this child will be dumped there and be converted to Almajiri, right? So Almajiri Center isn't a school. It is an apprentice center. But what do they use it for at the end of the day? The malam itself has no skill to render. It has nothing to render to these children. So he will end up just teaching them how to recite Quran and how to go and beg on the roadside to bring food for him and his numerous wives. Because this malam has no job. He has no skill. So he will be dependent on these children's income. What are the incomes? Those things that they were given on the roadside, they will bring to this malam, and this malam will now be able to feed his family. He has no job. Now, Almajiri school is as useless as any other thing that you could imagine when you come to the north. And that was why when the Goodluck Jonathan came, Goodluck Jonathan wanted to kind of refurbish it so that it will look like Islamic school. Now, in Islamic school, if you graduate from Islamic school, you'll be given a certificate of graduation. But if you go to Almajiri school, you have no certificate of graduation because you never graduate. You just outgrow and leave. Do you understand? So it is a center, it is also a center where they incubate, hold me for this, where they incubate bandits, those that the politicians use to carry out nefarious acts. That is where you find them. And they liaise with the malams. The malams will be the one to send them out. Okay, go to this politician's house and help him do this kind of a thing. That is what they use Almajiri centers to do. Recently, there was a video that I think I sent it to Dr. Damages. I can't remember if I did, where some guys, I think two guys that went to UK, they studied. I think one of them had master's degree and the other one had doctorate degree. They came back to Nigeria. They are from the north, and they tried to stay away from Islam or Islamic religion. Just on that mere suspicion, the family captured them and sent them to Kano, Almajiri Center in Kano, where they are shamed. And they were forced to be reciting Quran every day, reciting their Quran stuff every day. So I think one radio station or a TV station went there and interviewed them. Very outspoken, very smart guys. They went to they are very, very educated, but as a form of punishment, they were confined in Almajiri Center just to punish them and force them to go back to Islam. That is what Almajiri centers are used for. So for anyone that is coming here to tell us otherwise, no, we know Almajiri Center very well. We know what they are used for. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kene. Let's hear from Richard. Richard.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good evening, Richard from Germany.
Welcome.
Yeah. I think Ekene is not quite, correct when he says that Almajiri schools are made for, extremism or something like that. Not every Almajiri school is considered as extremist school, because growing up in the north, I witnessed some of them, and some of them could be a place where they breed, kind of Islamic fundamentalist mobs, but some of them are not. For example, when I grew up in Gusau, that is now Zamfara State, before it was Sokoto State. And I saw two types of Alabajiri schools. One for the elites and one for the poor people. The one for the elite is like well-funded, combined with Western education. They learn Islamic studies and Arabic studies there, and also they learn in Western education, at the same school. But the ones that are for poor people, it's just literally nothing. That's where you see those malams abusing those children. After 1 or 2 hours, they will send them with, balls, and they'll start begging in the streets. That's what I witnessed. But not every Alamajiri school is meant for Islamic fundamentalism or Islamic, fundamentalism or mobs. No, I didn't say it when I was growing up in the North. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Richard. You see, people see different things from different areas. Let's hear from KJ, who lived in Abuja too. KJ, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph. I think at this particular point, I don't have anything to say really. Kene is, I'll lean towards what Kene has said. I know that there was a time there was an outcry. Some members of the elites of the North wanted it gone. Other very powerful ones didn't want it. So that struggle was there. In Benue, you didn't have too many Almajiri centers because, of course, Benue people are more of Christians than any other district. So, but I have friends who went to the system, and there's a school. I think the only one I know, I don't know if there are other ones. It's called Arabic Primary School in Makurdi. It's one of the oldest, in fact, one of the oldest that existed. I have friends there who went there. Before Nigeria started going south, there was no difference. Our primary school, which was Holy Ghost, was beside the Arabic school. And after during break, war mix come to their school, beat them up or play football, go back to our school. There was nothing, there was no segregation. There was nothing like you are from the Christian side or we are from the Muslim side. Nothing. In fact, that was, some of them come to even, we just, it was a free life. And, but eventually as time goes on, we realized that they started trying to teach, start bringing that segregation of having certain children go to those places where you give them place to go and beg. I don't agree with Erufai, just like John Abba said. What he's simply doing is pandering to those who he's trying to get to be in his support, to bid for his ambition. That is a typical far north politics that is playing right there.
Well, hold on, KJ. Sorry. Why don't you agree that after 30 years of giving what they call affirmative action in America, yes, that the North still need low score to get into those government colleges? Is that what you don't agree with?
No, I don't. I agree. The statement is correct.
Okay.
But who it comes from and what is meant and the manipulation.
Yes. Oh yeah, that's a different thing. That's a different thing. The point that is right is that after 30 years of trying this experiment, yes, of saying that, okay, let's give them low score so that they can get into these government colleges, that it has not made them to do better. Yes. So the same thing in America, the same issue is going on in America. They've said that affirmative action.
Rudolph.
Hold on,
who's in a position to stop it? Me? Is it me or him in a position to stop it?
It's not about it's not about that. We're not discussing who will stop it and who will not stop it.
You are right. We are not against that. We only say that the person is using it for some political game.
Okay, and that's a different thing.
If it's going to be enough, let him start it from Kaduna, where you have
that's a different thing. Okay, let me point out what I found out recently, just now. So we should all be ashamed of ourselves, all of us Nigerians. So based on statistics out there, only 7% of Nigerian population 7% can boast of having a degree, university degree. That's what I could see online. Only 7%. Listen now. This is
that's for Nigerians or around the world.
That's for Nigerians, so. That's for Nigerians to be ashamed of themselves.
I don't understand.
Nigerians should be ashamed of themselves. Nigerians.
Okay. Hold on.
Give context.
ABU is the largest university in West Africa, and it has produced 500,000 people. Ahmadu Bello University, the largest in West Africa, 500,000 people. There are 170.
How many there are Boki?
Hold on. There are 170 universities in Nigeria. 79 of them are private, 43 federal, 48 state. So every year we graduate. At this point, we now produce 600,000 graduates every year. And it doubled in the last 20 years. It tripled in the last 20 years.
Those that could not write simple sentence.
No, let's leave those details. Let's just point out the numbers now. Because Ovie, remember where the debate started?
Yeah.
Ovie was trying to prove that northern region of Nigeria, depending on where you call not, that they are producing equal number of graduates as southerners, which on the surface without facts, we assume that it's not accurate. But Ovie is saying that it's accurate. I couldn't find figures.
No, equal in terms of quantity or quality.
No, quantity. We are just talking about.
It doesn't matter about quality. It can't be accurate. The southerners are going to the northern universities too.
Exactly.
So the point is that we should have nothing to celebrate, whether you are from the north or the south. The fact that we have only 7% of people with university degrees in Nigeria
but I don't think that is that. Why?
I don't believe that.
You guys go believe I'm Dr. Dameji. What do you mean 7%?
It's why if you go to Nigeria, you see. I was in Nigeria. Let me give my own.
No, wait. Hold on, guys. The universities, number of students we have currently in Nigerian universities is 1.8 million.
Okay, Dr. Dameji.
Undergraduate.
Yeah, you see those students that you're talking about, the graduate that you're talking about from Ahmadu Bello and whatever, right? If you have, let's say, 230 in your JAMB cutoff, right? In your JAMB score, you'll find it difficult, if not impossible, to get to any science or let me say engineering courses in the South, especially Southeast. But if you have 170 or 180 in your JAMB, you can secure mechanical or chemical engineering in these northern universities that you're talking about. So, and that was why I draw your attention to know if we're talking about the quality or the quantity.
No, we're just talking about figures now. So the figures that we know is accurate is the number of people who are undergraduates, 1.8 million. In a country of 200, we say we are 230 million or something. You have
Doctor, you are not sure of our population figures, please.
Okay.
Don't go there.
We can't start from nothing. We have to use something.
Education in Nigeria is expensive.
Doctor, so the point is that we have nothing to celebrate, whether you are from the north or south.
You know why I find it a bit difficult to believe that figure, because ABU alone in between 2018 to 2020 have graduated 35,758 students.
That's small.
Graduates.
That's small.
I'm saying for this short time.
Dr. Dameji, divide that number. Divide that number with the total university.
Since inception to today.
It's not about.
And see if it makes sense.
It's not about the number of universities. Some of them produce less than. When I was in university, we don't produce up to 1,000 students.
No, Dr. Dameji, that's not what I'm saying. I said that's not what I'm saying, Mr. Dameji. The total number of people with this school now times the number of the schools where we get. I'll be divided by the number of the school we get.
It's 1.8 million. They are not going to fake that one.
Divided by.
It doesn't matter. Some schools admit.
No, and I'm not saying they are. Hold on, Dr. Dameji. Now you listen to my question first. You know we don't want to listen to my question. I'm not saying they are faking it. I said just said divide them by the total number of schools. Then we go no average number of students we will get for each schools.
And then
that's what I'm asking. I'm asking you to do. I'm not saying whether you're saying like.
It won't work that way. It won't work that way.
What would that do for you, Ovie?
No, because, Dr. Meji, please. You say now 1.8 million. I mean total number of students.
Can we move to something else,
Hold on now.
Dr.
Hold on,
Damages?
please.
This is
The total student is how much? 1.8 million. I mean the total student.
Yes.
Divided by the how many numbers of university we get.
Okay, I'll do it for you.
Then we'll know by another 7% we can even work with it in the first place.
Well, we can do that for you. No, but the question I have for you after that.
No, we won't know how they get 7%.
Okay, you can extrapolate from NYSC number that shows that it's around 400,000 NYSC this thing, because there's polytechnic in there. That's not even graduate polytechnic. Per annum, 400,000.
So that's average. Accurate. That supports what I'm saying. They are saying that it's only 600,000 graduates that we are producing every year at this point. So if NYSC is saying 400,000, so which means some of them will not go to NYSC.
No,
so
but NYSC has
they do not go based on age.
Yeah, so many reasons. Maybe they were pregnant after graduating.
Do we really need to be graduating students without offering them jobs? You have a lot of graduates that will come out on the streets. A lot of them turn into content creators. A lot of them turn into what they call it, Olosho and all that. So
not even that. What I'm saying is, we can get the average of how many. Dr. Dameji.
Yeah.
What I want us to get is how many each university produce. How many each university produce. That's just what I want to get. Then we'll put all this into rest.
I just told you it's 10,000 if you do the average.
Yeah.
So
each university produces. Let me be the average of it.
Yeah, we have 170 universities producing 600,000 with 1.8 million students. Now remember, 1.8 million students are the total population of students in the university. So, but what is effective, what is important is to know that every year we are producing 600,000 graduates.
I agree with you, because there was a time we did some work with
No. That's not the most important thing.
Hold on.
You see, that's what I want to know. How do they arrive at that 7%? So
hold on. Kai.
Ovie, you have to understand it's progressive. So in the next 10 years, obviously we have more. But 20 years ago, we don't have this number of universities. We don't produce this number of graduates. We produce less. 30 years ago, maybe we were producing only 10,000, I don't know. Or 40 years ago, maybe it was only 12 people that were graduating. So you have to understand it that way. It's progressive. It doesn't mean that because we are producing 600,000 this year, that we produced 600,000 30 years ago. And if you check the population of the country, it might be right. I'm not the one saying this.
Rudolph, sorry, can I come here a little bit, please?
All right, go ahead.
Dr. Namajis, do we actually need graduates in Nigeria?
Of course we need them. Let them support the diaspora.
To become a president of that country, you don't actually need a degree.
That's not, but this is serious.
You don't actually need a degree.
We are just trying to correct we're trying to correct one impression. We assumed that the North is not producing the number of graduates that the South or has not produced. Ovie is saying no, that we have to provide facts to prove it. Of course, Nigeria, we don't have statistics. So we're trying to deduce what might be from all we can produce. I'll go ahead, look locally.
All right. Hello, everybody. Company of season. You see, this argument of cutoff mark for the North is smaller than cutoff mark for the South, or this and that. Man, this bullshit has been, you guys have been going back and forth with this nonsense. And for me, it's pissing me off. Like, regardless of whose number, who cares? What content are they, what are this, even if it's South or graduate or the North graduate, how have they developed the country? What are they bringing out? Now you went to school, they came out, they became non-entity to themselves. Now all of them now, they are all become content creators. Even those who read medicine, they are now content creators. Those who read engineering, content creators. So whether the graduates are coming from the North or from the South, or whose benefit is it? Who cares? Whether we are getting more than them or are getting more than us, how are they, these two, whichever way, how are they benefiting the country? We can't even produce anything we can say is our own. We can't produce anything, whether you have first class or not first class. We cannot produce anything that we can call, it came from Nigeria. Nothing. And we want to be ashamed of ourselves. We are here arguing whether or not they go to passes or we go to passes. Who cares? 21st century, who cares? Who cares about the number? Whether we produce 1 million or the best, or whatever graduates in the country, who cares? What
cares?
Nigeria? Nothing. You are telling me you are producing 6,000, 1,000, who cares? To hell with all that. One person, one student cannot even say, okay, let's produce this robotic one thing or this genetic one thing. We cannot even do that. Over here, internet university, we are here
We
arguing
export INEC officials to Ghana. What I say.
The only way we can develop is to actually know our statistics. So people care. We want to know how many graduates we are producing. We're reaching to the north, so that we care. If you don't care, we care.
Listen.
We are having this argument because there is no relation between the north and south. There's a big divide, and these are the statistics. Why would they be having? Why would they be having that advantage up to today after 30 years? Why? So it's important. We care. What do you mean?
Right.
It's not important. It's not important. Why the quota system still be existing up to today?
Let me finish.
Why do we have quota system up to today, 2024? Why?
Listen, what we should care about now? Right? Just listen. What we should care about now, right, is the best brains, no matter how few that they are. We should be thinking of harnessing their talent and develop more on them, even if it's 1 or 2 or 3 we have, right? We should be in developing their talent. You understand? We have people who are doing very well with little or no support. The government that we have, Ministry of Science and Technology, is not even doing anything about them. We should be quarreling about those people not doing their job. Like,
all right, reminding you guys that those people in those Chinese in Nigeria, most of them, 90% of them, are not university graduates. Those ones who are building, those ones who are building our bridges, our schools, our infrastructures, most of them are not university graduates. I wanted to let you guys know.
All right,
no,
thank you.
Exactly to my point. That's why I said nobody cares. It's the content I'm interested in. What's the brain?
Local P, thank you. You cannot plan a society without statistics. I don't care about it. It's not about whether you care or this or that. You cannot plan a society without knowing. You guys have said we don't know the number, what our population is. That should worry us. We should know who is where, what they are doing, how many people are going to school. If the government, let me tell you guys one thing that how they deceive you in Nigeria. So Tinubu just announced that people are going to use the train free or pay half the fee, or people will go to home. They will pay for you to go to Ibadan from Lagos, free. You don't know how many people are going to use that service. You don't know how many they budgeted for that money. So you need to have statistics to do anything in anywhere in the world. So we should care about these things. Hold on. What you are saying is right, but we have to start from the basic. You can't jump into saying we are producing people who cannot write their names when you don't even know how many people you are producing. Who is paying for it? What's the quality of the education? You have to start from the basic. So all these things are important. Nobody's saying that what you are saying is not important.
Every university, right? We have award for best graduate students. Yeah, award for best graduate students. So regardless of statistics, you already have some coming out in little chunks. You understand? Best medical graduate student, best engineering, whatever, best whatever. You have those ones there first, not even from state to from federal universities. Now, what are you doing about those people first? Those little ones are coming.
No, but
just yesterday, I watched a video of a first class graduate, the best graduation student from that school. Her job right now is she's peeling cassava for people. That is her job right now, peeling cassava.
So this new year we're getting into, I'm beginning to think that some of the arguments we have and discussions we have should move in a different direction. We have all agreed, I think here, that the government, the people running the affairs of our country, they've failed. Okay, so the next question is, who is going to step up? Where are you going to step up? So I give an example. One professor in a college reached out to me and showed me what they gave to a graduating student in their university. 1,000 naira, the best in accounting. And this is University of Nigeria and Soka. And I said, this is my question to the professor.
Compare that to Miss Nigeria.
Hold on.
Okay, brother.
So the question is this: how did that happen? I wanted to know, how did that happen? There is head of department there. There are professors and whose name? And there was a name. There was a name attached to that prize. So you know what happened? And this is why it's important to get to the bottom of things, not just to hold the issue at the top. At the bottom is this. Somebody 30 years ago decided my family will sponsor this. Every year, the best student in accounting, my family will give 1,000 naira. At that point, it was big money. It was important. It was reasonable. And then what happened? Over the years, nobody bothered. The university did not bother to check on the family. Maybe somebody died. Maybe the person that had the money died, and they continue to give 1,000 naira. The people attending the ceremonies, nobody said, this is not nice. Even the graduates of the university, alumni, nobody bothered. They continue to give 1,000 naira for years. Till today, who do you blame? Do you scream that this is outrageous? Why are they giving? You can say, you know, I'm affiliated with this university. This is outrageous. I will take it over. I will give 10,000 naira. I will give 100,000 naira. What can you do? What can we do? That's the next argument. The government has failed. If you come to lament every day and don't do anything, that was why I brought this guest that came today. You know what he's doing? Dele Farotimi was locked up. We all complained. We all talked a different opinion. And he came out and said, no, we have to do something. We have to think about other people who were locked up, who are going to be locked up, who need attorneys, who need lawyers. We have to raise money. We have to help them to build cases against these judges and lawyers. And he's doing something about that. He's organizing what Ovie talks about every day. This guy set up groups and they are putting in place things that will help other people beyond Dele Farotimi. He's not on platforms talking every day. He's doing something. And that's what I'm urging everybody. What can you do? You do what you can do. And you need information. You need statistics to begin with. You need to know who are the people locked up. I asked him that question. I don't know the number of people he knew. He collected this information. People have to do this. I was shocked that we don't have statistics about how many people graduated last year, 10 years ago. We don't have it. Somebody can decide to collect this information. That will be your contribution to the country.
So, don't you think that may be in the corpus of the Ministry of Education? Or Nigerian University Commission?
It may be, but somebody has to go and get it. Somebody has to go and get it out, you know.
Because maybe it's available.
There's a lot of work for all of us, enough for all of us to do. I have to leave here. My time is up. I don't mind if somebody can continue. You guys will have a conversation around it. But next week we have, oh yeah, I wanted to show you guys our guest for next week. Next Sunday, we are bringing the host of the Diaspora Perspective. Yes, he's coming on the show. Oh. All right, forgive me. I don't have the flyer. I think I have it. I will get it. He's coming on the show. His name is Chukwuma Okoro. He's going to join us, and we're going to review the year 2024 because that will be close to the eve of the end of the year, and we're going to project on what we expect will happen in the new year. So he's the host of several shows on the People's Voice of the People TV. I'm supposed to know that. I'm associated with that somehow. Voice of the People TV. He's going to join us next week. I'm also going to bring Ndibe. Is going to be on one of our. We are planning to have holiday shows. So during the holiday, during this period that people are home, I'll bring in some guests, some friends. Like I'm working on Adiola Fire will join us. So many of my friends to join us, and we have some shows during the holidays. But if you guys want to continue the conversation, you can. I thank everybody who joined us today. I appreciate a lot. Ovia, what are you saying? Hold on. Let me greet the people that donated. I want to thank Alexander Gomez, T Legit, I think, T League, Alexander Gomez, T Majek, Kulata. Thank you all for supporting the channel. I said that we are about 18. I think Topic told me 18 or 19 people before we hit 1,000 on Iroko Post TV. Please, if you're watching us and you've not subscribed, 19 more people will get to 1,000 so that when we get to the new year and move everything to Iroko Post TV, we'll be able to provide you with the kind of show we do at this moment.
Subscription is free.
It's free, yeah, just to click on it and you subscribe.
It's free.
There are some tools. There are tools we don't have because we can't do it there if we don't have up to 1,000 people. So please, if you can help us, we are almost there. Forefathers, thank you for joining us. KJ, thank you. Jonaba, thank you. Kenneth, thank you. Richards, thank you. I didn't say anything. Oh my goodness. No, Ike will say something before I go. Loco P, thank you. Novie, thank you. Ike, welcome. Sorry, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, this is to Ike.
What are you drinking?
Come. What did they do? What did you wait for? What's wrong? This guy out, my friend. Can you be drinking like that?
He's in a good mood.
KJ is drinking on platform.
He's drinking beer on air. What can we do? He's a moderator. We don't have power.
Yes, our sniper. Snap that guy out. Snap him out.
Ike, go ahead. Ike, let's say Ike, welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everybody. Happy Sunday. I was a bit, busy, but listening to what they've been said about the Alamajeria and stuff like that. I just want to say that it is the situation we have found ourselves today is because now statistics will go chop. That was what your president, the man you elected, said today. Now statistics, Nigeria go chop. That's where we are today. So anybody who is being honest to himself and saying that statistics is not important or doesn't matter, I don't know how we can build a new society when you don't have information of what you're trying to build on, right? So I think when people like Mr. Peter Obi are quoting all these things, people you laugh over it, think it is just a joke. But this is where we are. This is the reality. This is the reality check that where we find ourselves. Is that statistics that we are eating right now? Because example of what the last comment of Rudolph here, your government is saying that they're going to give free ride to Ibadan or to wherever. Nobody knows how much they have budgeted, and nobody cares to know. Nobody knows how many people is going to ride that train. Nobody cares to know. All we know that the government say, hey, we are going to have free ride, and that's it. That's the way. That is the level of Nigeria has really surrendered everything about their future, their destiny, everything. Nobody wants to know anything anymore. So I think that the issue of Alamajeri, I want to be factual. I lived in the north, in Kaduna. John Abba also lived in Kaduna. And I lived in Lagos. My last home address in Lagos is number 38 at Detola Street, Agoda. My landlord owns a mosque in the yard, and he has an Arabic school. If anybody here that is arguing about what Alamajeri is or what the people that are their so-called teachers are using them to do, actually, it's not all of them. Few of them that I know ended up going to normal secondary school and become graduates today. But 75% of those people who are in the Alamajeri school are the people these politicians are using today. They have brainwashed all of them to the point that they don't have a decision of themselves. And the man who becomes their teacher or whatever they call them he doesn't have a job. He only dress well. You see him, he dress like a minister. Why these little children carry plates and everywhere, going about the whole city begging for food? You see in a plate, jollof rice, stew, ewedu, amala, everything in one plate because they are getting from different people. And at the end of the day, they will take it to the man and the wife, right? So it is where it is a place they trade this, most of these bad guys you call the fundamentalists, the terrorists or whatever you call them. It's not all of them. Like I said, I live in Kaduna. I know some of my friends, some of my friends from the north, they attended that school, ended up going to secondary school, ended up in Ahmadu Bello University, and they are living a very good life, right? So there are so many mix of things in the issue of Alamajeri, but nobody should take it away that the point that where we are today, like so Obie was asking, after 30 years, that we gave these people this idea of because it's the north, they have a lower mark. What has they achieved? Where has he helped Nigeria as a country? After 30 years, we are still doing it. The same quota system we are still doing in Nigeria today. So it's a fact. We should be able to tell ourselves the truth. I don't see why we say we are one country and somebody is getting a preferential treatment in education. My brain and your brain is not the same. You just have to accept it, right? If we are in school, somebody must carry first, somebody must come second, somebody must come third, and there are people who's going to come last. That's your choice. Because if you want to come first, you have to study. But at the end of the day, you will study to the point that somebody who decides not to study will get a preferential treatment for you, and they will give you a place where you have to be before you get admission to Nigerian university. That is not good even up to today. So I just hope that we should always believe that Nigeria, the issue of statistics in Nigeria, what has happened to Nigeria since 2023 has come to let us know that it is very, very important that we know the statistics of everything that we are doing, so that we can see the level where we can fight this impunity and corrupt. Because this without, oh, we don't know, we don't care. All we care is everybody get to 10,000. That's how they stole your Commonwealth, because nobody cares about the statistics. Nobody cares about the number. Nobody cares about how many people are budgeted for a certain thing. All we know is that on the national television, the government is giving $1 billion for Christmas for free transport. Nobody cares. Who, at the end of the day, whether there are people who go into that free transport, if there is nobody, they will organize people in Oshodi, organize people in Yaba, organize people in CMS in Lagos, and they tell you that they join free government transport, and that's end the story. So I think that, like Rudolph said here, even though we have not been following statistics, we should go back from the drawing board and start that statistics, because it is very, very important for us to know how many people, how many innocent people that are in prison today, we don't know. How many people that are in prison that are dead already that the family doesn't know, we don't know. There are so many people in prison that committed no offense, but because they don't have 500 naira to give the police, that person becomes a victim. A person who go to the police to make a report end up being the accuser. Many people, many Nigerians are in prison like that because there is no statistics. We don't know. A lot of people die every day in prison. We don't know. So if anybody who is telling you we don't need statistics, where are we today? We now statistics will go chop. That's what we are eating right now. It's not statistics that we are eating. That's the situation Nigeria of a country is. Because nobody wants to believe what the man who knows what statistics is all about. Nobody wants to believe. They say we have not come to eat statistics, but that's what we are eating today.
Thank you, Ike. A few things before I just got I have a new staff who is working from home. He sent me something that is important for people to know, that in America, it's only 34% of people who have a bachelor's degree. So 7% in Nigeria is not outrageous if you think about it. In America, only 34%. I want to point out that somebody who was with me at our Majiri primary school and secondary school is here on the panel. Chibo this is the first time I'm talking to him I'm seeing him in more than 30 years. Chibo, it's nice to see you. Chibo went to primary school, I believe. We went to the same primary school and the same secondary school. Chibo is in Nigeria and he's joining from Nigeria. Thank you so much, Chibo. I see Bumi. Bumi, thank you.
I thought it was Bumi that went to the.
No, not Bumi, but Chibo. Chibo is the one that went to primary school with me. All right. So I just wanted to point that out about the statistics in America. So Nigeria's own may not be too far off. If America has 34% of people with college degree. Who else should speak before? I think everybody is covered other than the new people that joined. So I will hear Chibo and Bumi, then I will take off and see you guys next Saturday. Chibo, welcome. You unmute yourself. You are muted. Just so you know, maybe this is the first person from my primary school and secondary school that ever joined this show. I don't. Chibo, okay, go ahead. We can hear you now.
Yeah, I say I just joined, and we just like you said, we went through all those Amajiri schools where we trek up to 20 kilometers per day. We go back empty stomach. We ate cashew, not like just. but at the end of the day, we were able to survive, and we're able to be part of the show. So we are like mentors. We are still encouraging the young ones to follow through and still do the right thing at the right time.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chibo. Your voice is still the same after those so many years. Thank you. Me?
No, it's Dr. Bumi now. That's why.
Oh, excuse me, Dr. Bumi. Oh, thank you so much, AJ, for reminding me. Dr. Bumi, go ahead.
I've changed it. It's now Miss Bumi. So yeah. Now, but good evening, everyone. It's nice to be here. And before I say anything, I just want to say Merry Christmas in advance to everyone. Just because I don't think we're gonna have any program in between. But regarding, I think we're talking about the Nigerian educational in terms of how many percentage. Regarding that and statistic, I don't think we should complain much about that. We need to look at how the society is designed in terms of like most countries don't really focus so much on degrees. So even though Nigeria is lower, because we value that a lot, most countries have other forms of education, whether it is I can only think about the word in German, but I think it's called training. So
vocational.
Yeah,
vocational and homeschooling.
Exactly.
And hands-on.
So I don't think that a degree is very important. Obviously, there are values to it. To become an architect, for example, you need a degree. You cannot have a vocational training for that one. So there are certain positions, but majority of things that we actually need in our society, you don't need a degree for it. So when we tend to talk about, oh, we need degrees, no. Even majority of CEOs or like billionaires in our world today, the majority of them don't have a degree. So I don't think that's a problem. But I wanted to say something regarding what Dr. Damage says in terms of like there are certain people who made it their life field in terms of getting data. So you don't need to rely on the government. You can get all the statistics yourself. And I agree with that. But at the same time, I also disagree, because if we make everything the civilian's job, then you need to ask yourself, what is the job of the government? Because we cannot keep on letting these people just slide. Because we have institutions that are existing today that their main existence is just statistic. Literally. But they don't do all those things. So even though I agree that yes, us as people, we should take those responsibility, we should also know that those people still exist today, and we should, as even if we are taking it, we should also make sure that we're campaigning or protesting that those people should take on that burden at some point in time. And regarding our government, I don't think those people are ever going to give a statistic, because once we have it, you'll be able to hold them accountable. That's why Tinubu said that statistic is we go chop, because once he provide those things to you, you can then question in terms of our budget, where those things are going into, how many are going to each sectors. Those people will never give you those things, because then you can actually hold them accountable. So in a way, it's like we're trying to have our cake and have it. As much as we should like stand up and doing those things, it's actually their job, because they have all resources. I might be able to go and start going to each university and getting all the data myself, but I don't have resources. The government has so much resources in their hand. So if we leave that and just put it to ourselves, it's so much burden on us, and they are just there eating all the money and doing nothing. So that's just what I have to say regarding that situation.
All right, thank you, Bumi. I think this is a very good point. People don't argue that. I don't think people are saying that we just let the government do nothing, and we. But if we leave it to them, they've consistently failed. We have to. I'll give you an example. This is an example I always mention to people in America, where parents who lost kids during in accidents by drunk drivers came together, formed an association, and they lobbied the government. They insisted that the government should do something, and they changed the laws. They forced them to change the laws. So there are active things that we could do. One, to make the government more efficient, and two, if the government is lacking, we fill in the gap. People are already doing it. Like there are schools that people go and build hostels for the school. People go there and offer scholarship to students where maybe their hometown. People do that already in terms of assisting the government, because if you leave them, at the end we pay the price if the society is failing. But all those things should happen together. I agree with you. But the point is that we should get involved more than anything else. A lot of people think that our job ends with just talking. We should get involved and do something. So far, we have 19 more people to go for us to get to 1,000. I will be willing to sit down here until that happens, but I don't know. I don't know if that will ever happen today. But it really, I appreciate all those who have subscribed. It's just one click. Bumi was saying, not Bumi, Tope was saying that you should tell your wife, your husband, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, everybody you know to hit subscribe.
Your sugar daddy, your side chick.
You are Rastafarian religious. Anyway, so on that note, I really want to thank everybody who joined me. I will hand it over to Forefathers and KJ. They're here and they can continue the conversation. I will see you guys on Saturday. I may have a show during the week. I'm lining up some people. If we can do it live, we do it live. If not, we are going to record it and play it during the holidays. So somehow we'll be live, somehow we'll be here and we'll have conversations. Thank you all for joining me, Bumi, KJ, Forefathers, John Abba, Kene, Richard, Ike, Pokoli, and then
always missing the name. Always missing the name.
What is it? Is it not Pokoli? Lee Poco? Okay, and Chivo, thank you so much. I'll see you guys.
Rudolph, are you serious? Lee Poco?
Okay, see you guys. Bye.
Lee Poco.
Lee Poco.
Forefathers.
Yes. Let's make this clear. All rules before now are all abrogated.
Monkey.
And if you think this is about, we have to get to the truth of things. This is not have your say. This is have your truth. And we share the truth about this. So we actually get somewhere. Because I think we all learn from each other now, isn't it? From a bit of the way Kenny explained this Amajiri stuff, and Jonaba also tried to clarify things. Now I know that there is Islamic school. There's, it's a little bit biased when he says bandits and all the rest.
I will never be.
I know how to
one thing.
filter
I will never be biased against anyone. I just stand for the truth. That's it.
But Jonaba, I told you now when I went to Nigeria, one of the things I experienced.
If you see any mob attack in the north, 99% of those that carried it out are Almajiris.
We're not going to debate on that.
It's like area boys in the south now. What do you expect? See,
you are right on that.
Yeah, because
you're right on that.
The point, my own experience was that.
Do you know that?
Hold on,
I witnessed.
Let me tell John about one thing I experienced when I was in Nigeria this year. By the way, I don't know. I shared it before on earlier streams that I was with a driver. A northern driver, Hausa man, he knows the difference between Hausa and Fulani. He literally described their nature. Then he told me that his life was just to drive Okada. That's his whole life. His aspiration is to drive Okada. That they had to force him to go and get that cab that he's driving. I was like, what kind of culture enables people to think that low of themselves? And this is why when people raise this Amajiri stuff, I've seen a video online. I don't know whether to believe it or they said it's because they are preparing for jihad. That's why they are doing Amajiri. So there is an element of that is going. No, I'm telling you, it's online. That's the stuff that is online.
No,
and I've spoken to people on the ground in Nigeria that have confirmed the same thing. That's why they have children. No, you're laughing. It's true.
You know why that claim?
This is my own lived experience.
Yeah, you know why that claim is not far from the truth. Let's check this. Where Islam comes from. The Arab countries, right? None of those Arab countries have this Al-Majri system the way they have it in Nigeria. They don't have it. So it has nothing to do with Islam. It's just for political agenda, nothing else. It has nothing to do with Islam. If it has something to do with Islam, you will see Al-Majris in Saudi, in Kuwait, all those Islamic countries where the Islam itself come from. They don't have it.
That's my concern, though. But one thing I would say for the North is that I think we should not always talk only about the negative. One thing I know about the North, in terms of maybe this Amajiri that is creating that, they have these what they call collective. They have a higher collective intelligence in terms of being able to organize themselves. They have a higher one than the South. Even with less education, look at how they are running circles around us.
There is something like that in Saudi Arabia, in Arab countries. It's called madrasas, even in Pakistan. So maybe Nigerian stuff is different, but you have it in Islamic countries like Pakistan.
What they have, Mr. Opera, what they have there is Islamic schools.
Yeah,
in Nigeria.
They're called madrasas. That's the same thing. That is the equivalent of Al-Majri schools in the north. It's called madrasas, but the teachings.
Did they acquire skills, like vocational skills there?
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Thank you. But in Nigeria, they don't. That is where the difference comes.
I've told you that some of these people do acquire, skills in that school. But I've told you that two different Al-Majris in the north. You have the big for the rich ones, and you have for the poor ones. For example, if you go to Okene, Okene is North Central, right? Okene is
middle belt. It's not north.
If you go there, they have Al-Majri system, but their own is different. Most of them are well-educated people. Like I don't know if you know Professor Mahdi. Mahdi is always he comes on channels on Rice Television. All these people they went through this Al-Majri stuff, but that Okene one, or let's say North Central, is different from the core North. But there are also Al-Majri schools. Honestly,
Richard, thank you for that.
Okene is in Kogi State, right?
Yes.
Okene is in Kogi State.
Allow me to moderate.
What's the meaning of Amajiri? What's the meaning of Amajiri?
That one don't start again. You know what? I'm going to start being strict now. And let me tell you, I was supposed to be very, very strict. You see, I like what Richard came and shared. Let's give him credit for that. He tried to share the nuances between the different. There are different types. He didn't say that there's no one that is radicalizing people. He also said that some of them actually teach people this vocational stuff. So I don't know what we can make of that, but what I look at is the outcome. The outcome, you can't run away from it. And how is it? The other day they were saying that Zamfara didn't even present somebody for JAM. That is crazy. A whole state. What is that?
I think forefathers, I believe with what you're saying is okay, but we justify the nature.
It's not okay.
No, I'm coming. He have his entitled to his view. That's what I mean. But we have this view that, especially when Ike, my very good friend, says that the imam walking, eating a lot of food. The pastors will have the same thing going around, having all these private jet, living flamboyant life. But for you, because this is Islam, another one is Christianity, you justify it. So it's about begging with star. One is more sophisticated, and one is more of other level that is classless to you. And this view we have, to me, is very biased. We all have a level of bias, but the bias that we think is okay for imam not to eat well and pastor to eat well and have private jet and live a flamboyant life, and now we don't see that is okay. I think that is, to me, I think this is what Fela think about us in the past and sing that song, that man with the balado, pastor and bishop, they enjoy. And now to us, we come here simply because this is our religion and the other one is not our religion. So we demonize the other and then we give praise to the other. I think it's not, whichever view you take, I think we should not be that level of bias that, okay, if we're going to say it's all not good, then it's all not good in both sides of the art. But it's not justification that, imam enjoy and pastor, we see pastors how they live their life. So I don't think that is the way.
Please,
can I comment?
Can you please
let Logo say what he wants to say?
Can you please help us check for the meaning of Amajiri?
Can I explain?
The meaning of Amajiri is those that travel to seek knowledge.
Almajiri is apprentice. Apprentice, that's what Almajiri is. Apprentice. No, it is not to seek knowledge. Apprentice.
Now, in the Arabic term, that's what it means.
Hold on, see,
can you give me some minutes?
Let me read 1 minute here. Let me read 1 minute here.
Okay, you can go next.
He said it's a Hausa term that refers to a young person who received.
I know it's strictly for boys, for males.
Can you let me explain all this?
It's a Hausa term
that refers to
young persons.
Yeah, hold on.
Who receive Islamic education at Tanga.
It is meant for the boys, so that we don't go to spend time.
It's gender specific. Almajiri system is gender specific. You know that, right?
And he said
it's going to be chaos here if we carry on like this. I'm going to start putting people backstage. Let's not do this now. There are even people backstage waiting. Let AY, since he's AY is an executive member.
Let me
executive member
of Islamic Studies. He's an executive member of Islamic Studies. Let him explain to us.
Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody from here. To be honest, when we are discussing topic, if you don't know anything about it, just listen, learn from people that know. One of the reasons why we come here is not to come and show power or knowledge, it's to educate ourselves. It's very important. Al-Majiri, as it is called, right? The origin of Al-Majiri is actually from the Arabic word called Al-Muhajir. What that means is somebody seeking for knowledge, moving from one point to another. In the Nota case, they just kind of changed it, Al-Majiri. So that was how they derived that name. The essence of Al-Majiri is to seek knowledge. You can go to anywhere, but in the case, in the way we have it in the North, it's actually highly abused. A situation where parents will give birth to children, even at young as 5, put the child on the street. So for me, I can't call that Almajiri anymore. It is abuse of children. The state governor, the federal government, whoever is involved, they need to do better. Because this is actually a deliberate action in the north that is so common that people give birth to children. They don't want to take responsibility. It's unfortunate this is attached to Islam, but that is not Islam. Yes, there is what is called al-muhajir, which is they call al-majiri. There is nothing wrong people seeking knowledge, even if it's Western, Islamic, or whatever knowledge. But to be honest, it is a big problem in the north. They've abused it. It has nothing backing with it, has no religious backing. Islam said, when you have children, you got to cater for them. There is no two ways. You got to take care of your children. You can't leave children on the street and allow them to turn to whatever they want to turn to. That is so unfair. It is a big menace in the north. You don't need to sugarcoat it. It's a problem that needs to be curbed very urgently, because for me, I fear it might degenerate to something else. Don't target to Islam. There is no basis. Thank you.
You see, this is why I rate AY highly, because he's quite dispassionate and tends to be more objective than most. Who is next? Okay.
See, hold on. Before you cut me off,
like
I was reading about the
something about your cab.
The Yamajiri stuff. Like they say, it's an Islamic word. Sorry, it's like Arabic word. You understand? That means al-Humanjirun. You understand? And it means migrants. You get the point? Because of Muhammad and his followers migrated from Mecca to Medina. So I think it has nothing to do with it, like migrants who are seeking for knowledge. You understand? So I think it's not supposed to be indigenous, but like, no, it's what we, the people, would do. I think it's migrants who came from somewhere else. You understand? Maybe like coming to Nigeria and seek for knowledge, that we should be termed Almajiri. You understand? So, but saying the people of Nigeria to be called Almajiri, that's supposed to be wrong. These are supposed to be migrants who are seeking for knowledge, which is like education. You understand? So that's just the whole definition of Almajiri.
Just to add context to what AY has said, because this is what I was trying to highlight to Jonaba, because I'm not in the business of attacking. I see the North as my own people. I'm not going to sit here and have them be denigrated. So look at the list of 25 most educated states in Nigeria. You go down and do you see any other one here? Let's keep going. You get up to almost 20 before you see anything. Not okay. This is Kogi. Kogi is not technically, it's not geographical north to me.
Kogi is middle belt.
Yeah, it's not middle belt. Just look at that, and this is what I mean by. And this one is the central, so it's not considered anything. And look at before you actually start getting to states that you call northern states.
Even FCT
almost
middle
20
belt
states in Nigeria. So something is happening there that is not enabling and empowering the people of the north to gain the education, even if by and large the northern leaders have emerged in the country more than the south. So you have to question those things, and it's not about denigrating any religion or anything. It's about what are you doing for your people, because there are consequences if you don't do something for your people. Then tomorrow, what is going to happen when other people are more advanced than them? You are putting them as slaves. What is that?
Hold on. Before you
yeah, go ahead. If you want to say something.
Before you go into shouting match, hold on. Let me. You said something. Yes. Let me. You said something about a taxi man, a cab man. And
exactly. I was going
that story you told makes me want to actually pay attention to people who are questioning where you are from. Who are you? You know what? That's one. Two. It's as if we don't even understand what is going on. That at the core of our problem is ideology. There is a competing ideology within the Nigerian space. That is why all they could do was to go into a negotiation to have what we have now, rather actually fight. And anytime we have Instead of us to actually concentrate on our problem and analyze this, we shine satellite on a problem that we don't understand and will never understand, but it's working for them because it's a contestation of an ideology. Now, you make mention of a cabman who says all his dream was to ride an Okada, and you are alarmed because he's a northerner. That's why I question, where are you from? Because I guarantee you, if you actually take a trip around all the village within the southwest, south, everywhere, you will see people like that who that don't know more than that what you just said. I was once a village man. You understand what I'm saying? That's why I say, when you focus on our own people, we will see our problem. We will take care of our people who are representing us because they are the one control what we talked about. That's why you will see Senator Benny Bruce, who is people. People are in the creek. They don't have a speedboat. They don't even know what city is. It's constituency. But in the National Assembly, they advocate for electric cars. He said that we lost touch of who we are. We don't know who we are. Because people who their dream is just to say, I mean, Lagos and all will be well. Make I just enter Benin City. People where they say light never see, they don't even have idea. When they grew up, just early 90s here, we not get TV. Life was good. So I'm putting you this to say that leave that thing where you see where they alarm. So if they your backyard, if you're actually anywhere from the south side, forget the story that we talk about in the cities. Go into the interior villages. You will also be alarmed.
I'm a bit surprised you say that.
The context that we are having this conversation from,
from the
that's
south.
why I challenge what you are.
Surprising?
That's why I challenge what you.
See,
hold on
okay,
now.
Sometimes
hold
you
on.
answer to your face and you just question.
Let me end my point. That's why the context of. No, it is the context that you are presenting issue that I question. Now, this issue of Almajiri, if you listen to what AY said and Brother Loco, his definition is the same thing. What Kene did not actually put into his conversation is that most of those Almajiri in the cities, they actually migrated from the inner villages. So the idea of people travel to seek for knowledge fall into what Loco just said. Most of those Almanjiris, they are not from the cities. When I was in the north, I lived in a local government. Even at that local government, you go see go stop. Yeah. But it is not the content. So the question you are saying, when they say people are traveling to seek for knowledge, you are questioning the knowledge. Is it useful to our society? The question is yes. Because there are over 100 or close to 100 million people. Sorry, because there are close to 100 million people who that is their way of life. That is their ideology. So if you want to accept them as part of the citizen of the country, let them be educated the way they can understand so that place can grow too. So for the fact that you don't understand the kind of education you're getting doesn't mean it's not useful to the Nigerian state.
You know what?
It is useful to the Nigerian state just because you don't understand it. Take your time.
This thing goes.
It's a country of they have 100 or close to 100 million people. So how are you going to serve them? Now with your English, you won't go serve them. Good luck. Because your Igbo man self try, you know what?
It's your opinion.
Your Igbo people could not change that. They could change everything. They could take their land. They could take their economy. But their way of life and ideology. They couldn't. They could not win the debates. They have to just let it go. So who not tell you that you, because of your own way of seeing things, you can.
What happened to him now?
It's not.
He just threw himself out by himself.
He just act like CNN people.
I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. He just threw himself out. I'll take it backstage.
Please. Let me put it in there. Then we move. Or you can take us to another level. I think we are all saying the same thing. The only thing that nobody question where you are. You are my younger brother. Don't worry. I adopted you from today, so don't worry about that. You are a free Nigerian, so you are a wonderful man. The issue is that Obe is trying to point out is that there are levels of people dreams. is to come from the village, whether from one village in any state in Imo State to the capital of Owerri, or come from any village to Enugu. It has been a big dream. And dream of some others is to leave Nigeria to abroad. It's a progress in their own way. And we always have to understand that what makes society peaceful is to be content. So the problem we don't understand in Nigerian is that nobody will be your own dream. It's good to inspire one another to be great. But what they are saying in the context is that unmarried meaning you move from one place to another to seek knowledge. Whatever that knowledge is, whether it's ideology sold to them that control their way of life, can be a change if we have another ideology to move our nation. And that is why people like me do not believe that the current way of our governance will take us anywhere. We are a captured people, in my own idea, as far as we adopt to this kind of system of the West. The only thing I agree with Kenan, as much I have many differences with him, is a traditional man. And I want him to be a traditional man. Not today is a traditional man, tomorrow is a Catholic, next tomorrow is a Christian. No, be a traditionalist. Stick with it. I'll come and eat with you on that traditional way. So we will all be fine, but it's not something we argue about it. And for Father, don't worry about. And I want you to respect Ovie. Ovie is the host of All Our Politics.
Obia is highly respected. It's just that he makes some arguments I disagree and obviously are wrong. So, but it's all right. We all have our own opinions. Bumi, you want to say something? Please go ahead, Bumi.
I wanted to say regarding the fact that you found it surprising that someone might want to dream to be an Okada man. It's not surprising because when you look at, and I think maybe that's where Ove is coming from, but when you look at certain, like the certain foundation of things, I don't think people have the ability to dream of this. Like, I do think it's a privilege to really dream about something out of the ordinary when it comes to certain places in Nigeria. It might be easier for someone to dream something out of the box in like places like Lagos or let's say Abuja or so. But other places, it's kind of very hard because the standard is way below the average. So you get people just wanting to just do the bare minimum. Not because they want to, but because they have been subjected to only think that way. When you think about security, for example, if majority of places in Nigeria don't have security, there's certain things that can affect your style of thinking. So I think recently certain doctors graduated, so they're doing their residency. No one wanted to go to the north because of the security issues. This is not that those doctors don't want to practice there, but if they're going to die anytime soon, why would they go there? So if you're getting people just dreaming to just ride their Okada and just get whatever amount, it's because as a society, we are not feeding these people the basic resources to dream out of the ordinary. It's easier for me to dream when I can go to the next state right now. It's almost midnight, but I can do that very freely. So I can start beating up things. People are saying, okay, don't rely so much on your government because the society has given me the ability to rely on myself. In Nigeria, you have to rely, or they made it in a way whereby you kind of have to always beg your government to give you the bare minimum because nothing exists. So that affects the way you dream, that affects the way you approach life, that affects the way you think about anything.
I hear what you are saying. I'm not sure I was more surprised than outraged by the fact that this is the aspiration that our leaders and our people inflict on each other. And I grew up in the South. I can tell you right now, I've been to the village, no matter what some people like to think, I've been everywhere. Bushes, name it. I've been inside water. You guys don't even have a clue where I've been. I don't know. Some of you are just agricultural chicken and you're calling me not this thing.
Look at
Hold
here's my
on, man. Let me
solution
finish
here.
what I'm saying.
Here's my solution. I won't go. I want to leave. Sorry.
No. Let me finish what I'm saying. I accorded you your time, please allow me.
No, I actually want to leave.
According to your time, let me finish what I'm saying, please. The point is that I'm more outraged than actually surprised, and I was a little bit surprised, but I should be, because I expected more from all the systems that have been put in place in the North. And if you are outraged and a little bit surprised, the question is, what do? You have to condemn certain things that are just not proper. The things that are not, and it's not like in the South, people have different aspirations, but their ultimate aspiration is often quite high. They will say, okay, maybe I want to get to Lagos, but from Lagos, I want to get somewhere. This guy was like, all his life, just Okada, have a family, that's it. And they had to force him to leave that. That is a difference. And he himself, as an Hausa man, he differentiated between himself and a Fulani, the way he described them. And he was saying it in such a way that sounded a little bit like he was saying Fulanis are a little bit different in a negative way. I was telling him, that thing that you are calling negative, it's not so negative after all, because based on their own experience, that's how they see things. And it gives them some advantages that you may not see. So my point was that I was trying to be objective as much as possible, but this man's aspiration, I felt like there are people who could do a lot better. Nigeria can do a lot better than having people think that Okada is the ultimate way of life, that you do that, you have children. And I can give you another story that I even experienced with Okada drivers again. And he even led to them talking about fighting jihad. This is not, this kind of ideology that you have in the North is corrosive. It's not helping us. And we have to call it out for what it truly is. Thank you.
Forefathers.
All right, let me leave. I want to leave to Nigeria, please. If you indulge me, let me just drop my life. But me no verse.
Yeah, can I say something?
Yeah, to Nigeria. This not now, like, we need more time to actually dissect this conversation you are having, because an Okada man win House of Representative. We won't never forget that one. In the name of Okada Abi. So it's a bigger conversation to us. Let's leave that one there. But on Almanjiri, the only way you can actually bring any change to that, which I know is not going to work, because you have to actually look at the history. The only thing the West that came to conquer us could not do was to change their ideology and their ways of life. Their economy was taken, their land was, everything was taken, their king, everything, but that ideology, the West could not win. Now, but how do we actually force them to change? We have to attack one of the advantages they are having, which is what? The 30 years of what? Quota system. Let's abolish that and see how they will compete without pushing more Almajiris to the same schools that you want them to put. Because guess what? Another thing you have to actually consider. This is people who are more than 50 million people. That is their way of life. So if you actually want to live in a very brotherly and sisterly manner, unless you actually want to conquer them, you have to live their way of life with them alone. You understand? Unless you want to conquer them. But if that is not the goal, they need people to serve 50 million people. The 50 million people who don't want to actually do anything with your way of life, how do you satisfy them if you actually want to live together with them? So they need that school. But if the only way you can actually challenge it is to actually look at the loopholes, right? They have advantage at quota system. Take that out to see if 1 or 2 million of those out of school children no go to start school the next day, because you have to compete now. So until we start seeing it from that angle, it is a competition of ideology. But forget them. How do you develop your own competitive spirit, techniques, and go around it and forge your way of life? That's what we should be doing, rather than focus on trying to change what, as far as I'm concerned, we can't. Because people that came before us, they couldn't. So, but it's working for them. That's the most important thing. Let's develop our own way within our own system and make it work. But they try to tell you, people there from villages from our south, this is where they talk so. Yeah, you can do what Gumi is trying to tell you. You cannot dream. Yes, it's very hard for you to dream outside your immediate environment. You understand? It is na book now, as you said. If the media environment, for you to dream outside it, it takes the grace of God. So there are some people who are still in our thick interior villages who their dream is just to finish everything within that context, have married, have family, and it's happening. So there's a bigger conversation to have, rather than just say, yes, you are enraged, you have the right to be enraged, but now you have to be looking for solution, right? Either you beat them to their game or you develop your own winning mechanism. So it's a deeper issue than what we are just the way we see on the surface. There's a reason why everything is happening the way they are happening. And nothing happens spontaneously, especially the way we live as human. Thank you, my brother.
Nonye, thank you for joining us. What do you think about, it's Dr. Damage that started all this stuff, or it's his fault? He started questioning Jonaba, and here we are. Please go ahead.
So, good evening, everyone. Happy Christmas in advance.
Thank you.
Like you all know, it's not been long. I left Nigeria. It's approximately 1 year now. And before I left Nigeria, I used to have some guys from the northern part of Nigeria in my place in Owerri, in Imo State. So, and they were very good friends of mine. Like, they normally come to my house, and then we prepare food, we eat together, and then they go. But normally, some of them are shoe menders, some are Okada riders, and then some of them are security men. So when you engage them in any kind of conversation, we come to realize that majority of them doesn't really know what they want to do. Like, what they know is that which they are doing at that moment, and they don't even have plans of moving to anything better. So I had this
I think he has punched his device. It's coming back. He's going to come back. Paul is here. Sikau is here. Sikau, thank you for joining us. I hope I'm saying the name right. So what do you make of the conversation so far?
Yes, greetings, forefathers. Can you hear me clear?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, I just want to make my own contribution on the discussion, especially there's a lot being discussed, but particularly on the issue of Al-Majiri. That's because I've lived in the north for 10 years or more in northern part of Nigeria, and also being part of that faith, I also understand how it works. So the issue of Al-Majiri is very crucial, and people don't really realize it. It's not trying to criticize a religion or so. But Al-Majiri, first of all, you need to know the name, the etymology. It just means immigrants. So you have to ask yourself, why does a group of people in a country, in their own country, call themselves immigrants? Because the word is from Arabic, muajirun, which means immigrants. So they call themselves immigrants because they do not have a home. These are people who parents abandon them. In a Western world, you will call them actually abandoned kids. So there are people who their social status is very, very low. They don't have income, and they have a lot of children. And because there is no system for child support, that fathers are not held responsible for giving birth to children. Mothers are not held responsible. They just give birth and then leave the children out there. So the Islamic system there provide the idea of muajirun, where these kids will now be recruited to be educated in the Islamic way, and then they will be going place to place begging in the society. Now, it's very dangerous to continue this system for two reasons. One, this education they are receiving does not give them any skill to produce anything. It's just because the purpose of education is to gain knowledge and skills. So in Muajirun, having this education, they don't gain any skill. By the time they are done with that Makalanta, they are not able to produce anything in their society in terms of farming or carpentry, electricity, no skill, zero skill. So they become very vulnerable to be recruited into terrorism because the only thing they know is the book, God, and the hereafter. That's the only thing they have acquired. And from their own perspective, they don't even understand other people's culture and other people's beliefs. They become very vulnerable, and they can be recruited at any time to become what you call terrorists. So that's one reason why you cannot continue that system. Another reason is that it breeds poverty because these people cannot produce anything. They are not employable. You can't employ them anywhere. So how do you build a country over 50 million people or 20 or 10 million, whatever number you want to give, keep producing this type of system in the entire West Africa? Is a danger if you continue. We see what's happening in the Sahel. It will continue and the entire West Africa will be in trouble in some few decades to come. If you continue, because the reason why all of us here we are talking is because we acquire some type of education that make us to be able to question certain things that we believed before, and we can now come and dialogue. But when you have that type of conservative education, you don't even dialogue with people. If someone don't agree with you, you just want to eliminate them. So I think it's something that need to be looked at.
So what would you suggest as a possible
So my suggestion is that the Nigerian leadership need to be bold. They are afraid of losing election. Mostly the southern leaders, they know this thing is wrong. They know it's dangerous for their country, but they don't want to speak because they think they will lose election. And the fact that, let me say something very clearly, which I said before to Mayogun Diary, and it got me into trouble, but I will say it again, that Nigeria experienced two colonialism. So there is the British, the white man colonialism that happened to all of you, all of us. Then there was the Islamic Caliphate colonialism in the north, where the Fulanis colonized the indigenous people in that area, and they are still in charge. And they do not want to eliminate this system because it's a system of exploitation. It's a system of keeping people in ignorance and in poverty that will let them to keep on ruling. Because all of your emirs you have in the north are illegitimate. They are not traditional rulers. Traditional rulers are only in the southern part of Nigeria who are legitimate, inherited those thrones. But the ones you have in the north are governors of the caliphate that they call emir. They are not traditional rulers.
But then you think that your approach to it is not going to lead to solutions? How about looking for a way to convince them that it's a good idea?
You don't have to convince. You use the word convince. It's not like you got to beg people. You
have to see it. You have to try to see it from their own point of view and try to not give them an idea that, okay, this is beneficial for you too. You see what I mean? Because if you try to do it from outside, you have to understand they are loyal. They have higher collective intelligence than the South. They are more loyal to their own. They are not stupid.
Yeah.
So you're not going to win that fight. You have to convince them logically that this is clearly for their own interest. It's not going to take anything away from them. And that's
only,
my thinking.
Only a political system can change that. There's no amount of dialogue. Only a political system that says that you cannot have a child who does not go to school to acquire skill. You make it illegal. You have to make it illegal not to go to a school that acquire knowledge and skills. So once you make that illegal, and no parent should give birth to a child without paying child support, abandon them into a system. Parents in the norm will be held responsible when they give birth to children. The fathers need to pay child support. They don't just give birth to children and abandon them. Once you have that type of system and everybody is taking responsibility, then you can have the children back to school. It's not by having a dialogue and begging them. It's not going to work. It's going to have to be a political, cultural transformation that must come from the political system.
Yeah, I agree with you, but you need their vote. You know, when they wanted to bring French soldiers, talking about bringing French into Nigeria, you saw how the North were the ones that were opposing it the most. The South, we like to think that we are very smart too. We'll be like, it's good, it can't be that bad. All they did was colonize us before. Let them come again. But the North was what rejected it outright, that they were going to fight it with everything. So they have something that we don't have in the South. So it's not black and white as we like to think.
No, the North is culturally conservative. They have a religion that they unite around, which you don't have in the South. You are more liberal minded. You are more liberal minded in the South, so you are likely to give second thought or to say, let's debate this topic. They are more conservative and see things only from one lens. So that doesn't mean, or it's not always positive. So it's likely the South is progressive. They are likely to make progress very fast than the North because they are more conservative. So it's not like that unity they have is a positive unity. Some people unite in evil. So people unite to do so. Their unity is not a positive
I think
unity.
there's something for us to learn from each other. I think if you ask me, from what I've seen in Nigerians, there's something we can learn from each other. Sorry, Richard, if you want to make an interjection before Onye finish what she's speaking, then Paul can go.
Yeah, my interjection is that, when you forefathers, you said North are more sophisticated in politics than the South.
No, collective
I've told,
intelligence. I don't know about
yeah,
politics. Collective intelligence, yeah.
okay, yeah, okay, fine. But you have to define this North. You have to define this North, because this North. When you talk about North, who are the Northerners? Are you talking about people in Plateau State? Are you talking people like in Benue State? Or are you talking about core Northern Nigeria? They from Sokoto, to Borno State. This is the people that are making these things, kind of. In fact, that they have captured the whole North. The middle belt can no longer breathe. So when we talk about North, sometimes let us call them by their names. Call them core Northern Nigeria. That's my suggestion.
I think I generally mean, I don't mean the political north. I tend to mean the geographical north, because Nigeria, there's a political north is it comes all the way south. It rests more, make it go to the river. They call it north, but it's okay. Okay, Jonathan, I want to interject quickly. Okay, please go ahead before.
Yes, yeah, I'm going to be so quick. I heard what the Sekur said. And I also want to I respect the CAs in the north, which is wanting to know that it's also a Nigeria in a way, because you can't live in places for 10 years and you are not part of them. The only thing that you said, the law with political this thing will help to bring the people to the table. It's not going to happen that way. The only way you reach out to them is a simple thing. Let them see the benefit of why they should have some form of education or a skill that will benefit them. The young man was saying here from where I said that when they came, some of them are shoemakers or cattle rider, and he interacted with them, and it seems that they don't even know what they want. Foundation matters, and we all understand that, and is to approach it with empathy, that these people are also a victim of their political elite in the way that they uses them sometime when they want to carry out some of their destructions. That's the fact. But then we should look at it like to educate them and to let them know that there's a better life out there. And that has to be done with empathy. Law does not, you can have a law against criminality. They will still find a criminal among us, and it should do some damages. But this is not even about criminality. It's about way of life that disenfranchise the citizens based on their orientation that they need to improve on. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Nonye, thank you for joining us. You know the chat, these people are going crazy in the chat too, but it's okay. Nonye, go ahead.
All right. Thank you. I actually don't really know what went wrong. So, like I was saying, they used to come to my house. They were very good friends of mine. They used to come to my house. We used to eat together, and then when you engage them in some kinds of conversation to really find out what they want to do after or later in life, you come to realize that they don't really know what else to do. They just love that particular thing they are doing at that moment. So I had this single story of them while I was still in Nigeria. Not until I came to England. In my class, I'm a psychology student. In my class, I came to see that there is these two girls. They are northerners. One is from Nasarawa. The other one is from another northern state. So you could see that they aren't dumb, right? They aren't dumb. They are quite intelligent. The two girls, I don't know about, but these particular two girls that are in my class, they aren't dumb. You could see them measuring up. So, like Forefather said, I was like, what really made the ones I met in the East before I came to England, like what kept them that way? Because if the girls can be that intelligent, so I think there are also some others there that are also intelligent, but that have not yet actualized their potentials. So I think the government should look into that.
Yeah.
So that's what I
in
think.
In every society, you have, people who are intelligent and people who are not intelligent. So it's not particularly meant for the Northerners. In the South,
my picture is just like from the single story I got from the ones that I met in the East, which are mostly boys. Like they don't know what.
Which people are you referring to actually?
I mean,
some
Northern boys.
But if I have met Igbo boys, who cannot even express themselves, who cannot even read and write. You don't. These things are everywhere.
I'm not here to paint to compare. I'm not here to do that comparison. What I'm saying is I'm talking out of experience. What I experienced, and then I had that single story of them.
I understand where he's coming from. You have to hold on. I hear where Noye is coming from. I think
there are people also from that part of the country that aren't dumb.
Because he knows his own brothers. Many of them look down on the Northerners don't know anything. So when he went to the North, he saw a different side of them.
I saw these two girls that are not dumb. That's what I'm saying. Like in my class, I mean, presently in my class, and I'm sure that right now I'm planning to start my PhD by September, and I'm sure some of them could be also planning
PhD everywhere.
So some of them could be also planning that.
You want to go do PhD, eh?
No.
Our Nigerians, we are super educated.
I'm telling you, this is not necessary here. Come on.
So what I'm saying is that, like, I think our government should also look into it, because I think some of them there have not yet actualized their potentials. I don't
everywhere, even in Imo State. In Imo State, in Anambra State, everywhere, millions of youth have not, they don't have
the. Right. So this is what I just wanted to say.
You haven't given my time anyway.
You can put me back.
Let me better
take
my
Thank
time.
you. No, I really appreciate your contribution. Thank you.
Fofana, I think I'm the next. If I don't drag
Paulie is there now. Paulie is there. He's not said anything. With that koala.
Me, I'll be here now.
Is that a koala behind him? Or which one is that? Welcome, Paulie. Thank you for joining us. Are you from Australia or something, or New Zealand? I don't know where that animal is from.
Good evening, everybody. I don't know, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
All right. I don't know. I think what's his name? Seko has given most of what I would have wanted to say, but I think some of our arguments tend to forget that our issues are what we're arguing about is a class. We are still talking about class.
Exactly.
It's the elites against the poor people. We all have poor people in poverty everywhere in Nigeria. Whether you're from the east, west, south, you have them. You have the Agberos. You have the Omota boys, or whatever they call them. We have them everywhere. Unfortunately, the elites in the north have decided to use Almajiris as their own poverty, the people at the very bottom. And when you talk about Almajiris tend to be people from the very poor, who most of them can't take care of their kids. And it's supposed to be an apprenticeship. That's what it was supposed to be. But unfortunately, some of these people have, I think it's due to poverty or lack of education or illiteracy. So what they tend to do is, when you have too many children, what you do, you send them to one imam. You be in Kano, send them to Kaduna or Katsina or Sokoto, somewhere. Yes, and usually the parents pay these imams to take care of these children. And the imam is supposed to be the one taking care of them, feeding them. Unfortunately, the system is not properly, the system is not well maintained, that the children have to go out and beg for food, which is how Almajiris became who they are. Now the elites have decided to, okay, these are our poor people, because of the way the system is, where at the very top you have your elites or the ruling party who decide that, okay, because of the way the North is, it's a top-down type of government. At the end of the day, because of poverty, illiteracy, they will behave how they're supposed, they will behave anywhere. If you're arguing about Almajiris, what of the Agberos in Lagos? Why are we not complaining about them? with everything we are complaining about in the North, about the North doing this, about our the polity in Nigeria, why is it that those of us who claim to be educated, why is it that our government is pushing us up and down? With all the education, why have we not developed better than where we are today? So it has nothing to do with the Almajiris, because I don't even understand why we're arguing about Almajiris or the Northerners. These people, elites, have found a way to divide us, use us against ourselves. We're arguing about the wrong thing, while they're all up at the top there, micromanaging all of us.
Yeah, Paul, but though I agree with your point. I think we all probably sympathize with your point. However, we as a people too have to objectively decide that, okay, you know what, there is this other area where they are really doing us in. Let's elevate those people, because if they elevate them, maybe we'll all be on the same page and be able to challenge the paradigm as it is right now. You see what I mean? You have to fix some things. You can't leave it like that because they are conniving.
Have we educated the Agberos in Lagos?
But we have more educated people in the South. That's the thing. If you have a bigger vacuum in the North,
with the education, what development do you have there?
I agree with you on that, but you can't look at where they have a bigger problem. You say, okay, let's keep doing the South alone.
I think you miss it, that you think that the Northerners are not as educated as other parts of the. Yes, you have.
They are not. It's objectively true.
Come on.
That is objectively
I know Northern boys that most of us will not stand near.
I know them too.
I'm telling you, I know Northerners who are very intelligent. Extremely.
I'm not saying you don't have people that are intelligent, but as a whole, they are not as this in scientifically in terms of productive education, in terms of technology education, they don't have it. Not as much as the South.
Forefathers, can we rebut a little bit?
You just abandoned me. Can I come in? Your turn is still there, Paul. I don't think we have taken it away from you. So
no problem. It's a conversation.
Sorry.
Yeah, I just want to push back a little bit.
Hold on. I know what Mr. Paul is talking about. Like the last guy that spoke, Noye. You see, I know his intention were very good. But one thing we need to be careful about, don't pull everybody in the bus and speak about them. It doesn't work like that. I usually tell people to stop this kind of argument.
Exactly.
What is a fact here? The fact is, in terms of percentage, the Southerners are more educated than the Northerners. That does not mean when you looking for the most educated Nigeria, in every field, in medicine, in science, in engineering, in everywhere, most of them you will pick them from the North. We need to understand what we are arguing about. When you say, oh, the Northerners, yeah, they are less educated, but doesn't mean they are also well educated. Some of the most intelligent brain in Nigeria, the most intelligent tribe, they are the Fulanis. Those Fulani you see, the Fulani, in fact, if you go Jibril Amiri new record in University of Ibadan, I don't think even till now there is anybody that has broken that record. They have, in terms of intelligence, they have it. They have well-educated people in every area. But we need to stick with the topic. The topic is the problem of Almajiri. Yes, the Northern have nobody can argue that. The Almajiri, yes.
Are you saying that in terms of percentages of educated people, they have the same amount?
In terms of percentages, the Southerners are more educated. But that doesn't mean the Northerners are not educated.
No, they're educated, all right. It's just a number we have to acknowledge.
What I'm trying to put here, you are looking for the best medical doctor in Nigeria, you might pick it from the North. If you are looking for the best engineer, you might see it from the North. If you are looking for the best economist, you might pick it from the North. That is what I want people to understand. So don't think that because you are a Southerner, you are more educated than everybody in the North. That is gross ignorance. So that's what I just wanted to put there. Please, let's be cautious when we having this argument, let's know what we're talking about.
Okay, Sikawa, you wanted to interject?
Yeah, I wanted to interject. I think we are confusing education with intelligence. And all the time we mix these two things. there's to even say that northern people are not intelligent, that's even an insult. We are all here scientifically, every modern human, unless you are born with certain developmental disability, we are all what the biologists will call Homo sapiens sapien. That means we all have the same intellectual capacity. We all have the intelligence is the same. The only difference will be that I have acquired some skills through training which you did not acquire. So there's nothing like a Hausa man or Fulani man is not intelligent. That's all fake. We are all intelligent. Everybody is equally intelligent. But the fact here is the United Nations statistic is out. There are more out-of-school children in northern Nigeria compared to any part of the country. That is a fact. You can look at the statistics. There are more out-of-school children in the north compared to the south. That's a fact. Girl child education. There are less women graduating in the north compared to the south. So you got to look at the north, the out-of-school children in the north, what do they become? They are likely 10 times to become religious extremists than compared to the south. Somebody is using Agbero. Agbero is not a mainstream acceptable institution in the south. There is no governor campaigning and then defending Agbero. Agbero is something that is frowned upon. Okay, it's frowned upon. Al-Majiri is not frowned upon. It's considered as an institution that must be protected.
Actually, that is not.
Yeah, it's mainstream.
No,
you can't be a governor.
Agro in the Lagos can stop you from building your house. Agro have more institution.
No governor will come by and say, I'm defending the institution called Agbero. No, I'm not talking about no parent donating their children to go and join Agberoism. It doesn't exist in the Yoruba land.
There is some. Yeah, there's some truth there, but the outcomes
yeah,
are not
so
that
it's not a
similar.
mainstream. There is no Christianity. It's not African culture. There is nothing institutionally defending Agbero system. I don't know of any church in the South that is producing Agbero. I don't know of any traditional institution that is saying Agberoism is accepted. But in relative to Al-Majiri, it's Islamically, some section of the Islamic community endorse it. So imams, in fact, will preach. If you try to when Goodluck Jonathan tried to help them, you saw how the whole thing went. They were like, you want to destroy our culture. We have to continue. So it's something you have to know the difference. It's not the issue of intelligence here. We are critiquing our community to say there is something that needs to be changed so that we can have more people with more skills. For me, I want to say something before I end quickly. I know it's not my turn. When the European Renaissance happened, the European did a cultural revolution. They separated the church from the state. They found out that using religious books in their society cannot bring about progress, because now we cannot question leaders, because leaders will begin to say, it's God who asked me to do this. They separated the church from the state. That brought about modern secular state in the West. And that brought a lot of progress in science, in technology that they are today. African society, if we want to transform, we got to be true to ourselves. Our traditions and some of these religious, cultural thinking needs to be separated from the secular state we want to build. Until we realize all these Al-Majiri and stuff, those are things need to be get away. There has to be a secular philosophy that governs our state and our educational system. That's the only way we can make scientific progress. Now we're all these trying to give religion its own space, trying to give these. For me, all of these things, we are wasting our time, because there is no way you will build a prosperous secular state having with all these religious institutions mixing in between. It's not going to work.
Thank you. I think it's Paul, conclude with your statement so that Centricast, or we'll be going to the top soon, because I think they've been left out for a while. Yeah, please go ahead.
I think sadly, it's just unfortunate the elites are using poverty as a means of putting us down. Because no matter how we want to discuss about the Al-Majiris, until the elites are prepared to change their modus operandi in terms of allow their poor to learn, because most of them don't want the made Western education a bit of a no-no for their people. So until those who are in places of power or who are slightly more educated that go to school, majority of the Northerners will tend not to, they would rather go to an Arabic school because they think they think more of the afterlife than of here, unfortunately, due to illiteracy. But I don't know how because me, I'm more about solutions. I don't really know how we're, especially when Seko was saying secular, we want to create a secular state in Nigeria. Even those of us from the South, if they now say anything against let's become secular, people will push their own religion. Christianity will come and step in. Some people see traditional this thing as backward, but it's still a way of practicing before the what they call it, foreigners came in and gave us their own religion. So it's just sad. It's going to be a struggle, but it's education. That's the only way we can do it.
Yeah, there is a new topic that is due to start on the next stream. I don't know whether we should carry on with this one or go to the next one, but that one was specifically for this educational stuff, because I don't have any problem with educating people. It's just that they are not educating them in the areas. I think Sikao touched on it, that if you keep educating people based on religious documents, you are missing the key part that leads to progress in societies in terms of the ability to advance technologically, which is at the core of things, really. When we use the term advance in technology, we make it sound like it's flippant. It's actually studying nature itself to understand it and leverage it to enhance your life experiences. And people that do these things are the ones that are leading the world today. It's very essential. And if we are depriving our people of these things, we have to question it. And this is the whole point of this debate. And I think the topic was about what should we educate our people with. We have to decide what kind of education we want for our people. And that is something Syndicats is a specialist in educational stuff. He likes to promote educational aspects of society. So Syndicats, thank you for joining us. What do you make of this discussion?
And it's an interesting one, though. It's pretty complex. The whole imagery thing. It's cultural, and it's a problem, of course. And I think there's a solution. Sekou came up with a pretty good solution to that problem. But I think the way China dealt with the Uyghur, I think we could employ that kind of a strategy as well. Maybe have like vocational schools for the Maldives.
Hey, what is that? What did you just say? What is wrong with you? How can you say when they dealt with the Uyghur? The Uyghur, they are a tiny minority. This is what are you talking about? Deal with it not like the Uyghur. What are you talking about? Come on, man. Let's not go there before you start alarming people.
Yeah, don't worry. Don't listen to Western propaganda. Don't listen to Blinken's take on the Uyghur thing. You need to actually study what they did.
But they're a minority. You're talking about half of the country here. Come on, man.
That's not the point. The Amagiri, right? They kind of pose a threat. You know what I mean, to the system, because they are vulnerable. They can be recruited in the terrorist groups easily. You know what I'm saying? And the government actually dealing with the issue of security, that should be like one of the major objective of the government, to find ways to educate these people. So give them skill. Those in Christian religion have a saying, idle mind is the devil's workshop, right? So most of those guys, they can have vocational schools where they can teach them carpentry, building. They don't necessarily have to learn complex scientific stuff, right? They can learn like things that they could use in everyday life. They can, yeah, that's possible. The government, they can use it the government can implement that as a way of fighting insecurity. That could be part of the insecurity, fighting insecurity program, right? And but I don't know, implementing this will be tough though, because the elites in the north kind of supports that movement. In order for you to deal with that, you have to actually be strong. That's why I mentioned the Uyghur and the Chinese system, the way China dealt with the Uyghur problem. I think Nigeria can deal with that problem the same way. But I also agree with AY. You know, there are a lot of Northerners that are pretty smart, and a lot of intelligent Northerners. You know, like when I look on YouTube, a lot of people that do like math classes and physics up, those from Nigeria, mostly from the north, and you can look it up and confirm that. But there's more needs to be done. Anyways, I agree with Seko, and that's all I have to contribute. Nothing much.
Thank you. Oga Ike, Richard, if you want to say something, you can go ahead. And I wanted to, highlight that Dr. Alexander Gomez did say that you are from Liberia. He's the chief linguist in the house. He tends to be able to detect people's languages where they are from. But he still made a mistake of mine. But he's 100% convinced he's correct. But it's all right. It's all right until you will find out, but it's all good. That said, who anybody wants to say something about this? Because we can round up and go on the educational system aspect of it. You want to say something, Shekau? I think we are all in agreement now that it's not a good idea. We're all in agreement that is sorted out. The whole world.
I just wanted to, in the comment section, the people who say my name is Shekau, my name is not Shekau. I'm not. My name.
They want to make you Boko Haram leader.
Yeah, I'm not the Boko Haram leader, Shekau. My name is Sekou.
Brothers, please, finally, the Alamajiri system, when you talk about the North, the Fulanis, there are very minority Alamajiris within the Fulani ethnicity.
That's interesting.
The most, 90% of Alamajiris are indigenous Hausa people, Hausa children, that the emirate, the caliphate has reduced to nothing. They have reduced indigenous Hausa people to nothing. That's why you have 80 to 90% of Alamajiris you see are pure Hausa, indigenous Hausa people. Hardly you see a Fulani who is Alamajiri. And secondly, if the middle belt, they are also called Northerners. But I lived, in fact, all my adult life, I lived in the North. I know that terrain very well. Hardly you see a TV man, a Birom man, a Juku man, a Bachaman man, or even a Zuru from KB. They don't do this Alamajiris. Only these Hausa people that the caliphate subjected to nothing. They are doing this thing. So when we talk about the North, that's why I made my earlier statement. Let us separate this. Let's call them by their names. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We had this conversation about the North some time ago, and why they allow this to continue, where they lend their allegiance to these leaders, and they have not given them much. And it came down to, I think it was with Jonaba, and I've never forgotten that conversation. That it came down to the fact that, one, the South is not exactly behaving like if they are their brothers. And then they look at their brothers in Niger and the Sahel are not doing so well. They have an opportunity to be in Nigeria. So why turn against their leaders when the Southerners are going to exploit it to put them down? So you can see the dynamics in the country is reinforcing that narrative until you convince them that you are not there to exploit them, that you are going to treat them like they are your own brothers, that you are all in this mess together, which we are. We are all in the mess together. You will not get them to turn against their leaders. Why would they do that? Because you two are a hater. You're a hater. The last time they did, when they killed their leaders in the North, and the South was laughing at them, and it resulted in a civil war. So you can see the dynamics in the country doesn't lend itself for us to change this narrative until we reach out. That's why I talked about, you have to convince them. You can't force them. You have to let them know that, okay, this is in their interest, and you are not there to exploit it to your own advantage against them. That is the way you can convince these people to change. And we have to, work at it. We have to get better at this type of thing, the way we communicate.
Father, can I say, you want to move to another channel or what?
Yeah, we want to move to another stream that is dedicated to it. I think that stream is going to be short, 1 hour. So everybody prepare your talking, whatever you want to say. We'll give it 1 hour. We'll give it our best and let
Just
it be
1 hour?
the record. Yeah, because I think
Yeah.
there's no reason why it should be that long if we have educated conversation about these things.
Yeah, I'm actually loving this conversation, right? Because the people having this conversation today, they look beyond tribe. When you have discussion at that level, trust me, we will learn within ourselves. I mean, Sakau has contributed to a lot of TCA. Obviously, it's not Nigeria, but I mean, that is why he's able to speak with so much knowledge and lack that is not containing bias and all that stuff. Good point. But one thing I'm gonna say, right? In the north, the problem we attribute it to the leaders, just as we attribute Nigeria problem to leaders, lack of vision. I was listening to the damages earlier. I was driving. I wanted to come in. I was really interested in that topic of education. We should not point to the north alone. We have problem across board. Every region in Nigeria, we are not there yet. On this panel, I have spoken about the level of intelligence with Nigeria youth that is not being harnessed. It is a problem. Nigeria youth, the young ones, trust me, if you develop these people, give them skills, they will compete at the highest level. You will not, during my time, I understand it. When I have discussion with some Nigerian little ones, 10 years, 50 years, 20, what they know is so amazing. Like these governors, these politicians, they are not see all this stuff. It's all over Nigeria. There is brain drain. That one is there already. Now, they can't even drain the brain again. Some people are just useless within the country. They are not useful. We need to do more as people. We need to think very, very fast. Look for a way to harness the potentials of these young ones. Create research centers. The governors, they need create tech hubs like with genuine solar system. Create villages, tech villages. Invest in them. When you put $10 billion in tech village in each state, you will get this youth to do a lot, but they don't understand it. Just imagine a governor thinking of how to export 4,000 youth. Are you crazy? Like, are you crazy? I'm not saying it can get to that point where they will be able to go out and do whatever they want to do, but we need to do more as people all over, across board. They need to wake up. They need to understand the urgency of Nigeria's situation. The population is blowing up. If you don't develop these young ones, they are the future of the country. The country is going down. You have to. Reorientation, massive education, do whatever you can do. Invest in these young ones. It is the future. We don't have future without them. Thank you.
Yeah.
Anyway, I have a question for you.
Okay.
The governor who said he's going to export 4,000 youth to Europe, has he done that?
He will not even do it. They just lie, man. He's just lying evil.
Okay.
He will not even do it.
Okay. That's my point. But the people, the same youth, Nigerian youth we are talking about, they were in that campaign. They were the people that were shouting. They were the people that was clapping hands for the Supreme Court governor of Imo State, the man who is the demon incarnate in Imo State as governor, who told you that he's going to send 4,000 youth to Europe for whatever.
Is he Omahi?
I dare not the same youth we are talking about. We are not the people who are clapping hands for him, who are organizing the thing, who were jumping up that they will go to Europe. You understand what I mean? So
you see, this problem is actually more than what you discuss. See, they've weaponized poverty in Nigeria all over the country. Yesterday, I also listened to some kind of discussion people were having here. People were saying, oh, these people, this stampede that happened in 3 places in Nigeria, oh, they use it there for ritual. There is nothing like ritual. What is going on, that is showing the position of Nigeria, the poverty level of Nigeria. That is why if you want to share a bag of rice, you will see 100 people show up, just to collect a cup of rice. It is the desperation of the time. The hunger is a lot. You cannot blame these people completely. You cannot blame them. You might have it. Your family, somebody is there to give. There are families that don't know what to eat tomorrow. People don't understand it. Because you have it, you don't understand that there are people, they don't know what to eat tomorrow as we speak in Nigeria. When a politician come and said, I'm going to share rice and beans, they will be there. They will show up. So you don't blame them. They will fight for this food.
But there has been Ethiopia famine and all the rest that the whole world has to give them money. Even in Gaza, you never see stampede. What is it?
First of all, you need to look at population of the country. Don't compare it to this.
That is there.
There is problem. Sharing rice is different from Nigeria sharing like Ghana population. So in African countries, most of these places, what is population of Gaza? 3 million?
3 million in a very small land.
Yeah, but you are talking Nigeria. We have problems. See, don't attribute this problem to ritualists or whatever. It is hunger in the land that is causing it. It is hunger in the land. It's a lot. So don't completely blame these people. That's what I'm trying to say. They weaponize this hunger.
I think hunger happens everywhere. Not only hunger causes it. If you're not organized,
can we move away from this complaining
don't worry,
about
koala, calm down. Are you in Australia? I'm just curious about that koala. See, this in Saudi Arabia, you get all these stampede happen. Even pilgrims, you get with all their billions of billions.
So, Father, what's your point? No, this.
My point is that we shouldn't necessarily use the excuse of poverty to be the reason why it needs to happen. The reason why it's happening is because our people don't know how to organize anything. We are not disciplined.
Let me speak one.
Let other people comment, though.
Let me just say one thing.
Sorry, we don't have a lot of time. Somebody has to speak so that we can go to the next stream.
Okay, let me just say
one minute. Okay.
Right. For me, I can speak for myself. Until I left Nigeria, do you know how my eyes opened? Sometimes we'll be blaming Nigerians because of our system suppresses us that we don't think. We don't know what the truth is. We don't know our left from our right. Until we start educating our people, letting them understand what their rights are, before we start blaming them. When you tell somebody who's hungry, who's thinking of how is he going to eat the next minute, or how she's going to feed her, even in abroad, if you're thinking about your children or how you're going to pay school fees or all of that, how does it affect you? Not to talk of a system where you don't know where it's going to come from tomorrow. We can't blame our people. We need to educate our people. Those of us, I've watched a few videos and people said, let us educate our people. Let them understand what their rights are. And when you've given them the tools to be able to decipher what is wrong and what is right, then you can start blaming them. Our elites have put us to a place where we don't know ourselves. Stop blaming these people. They're hungry.
Well, I think we sympathize with you on that account. Solly, thank you for joining us and being patient and all. So what do you make of this before we move to the next stream?
Well, police said a lot of things that I've said before, but it didn't go in depth in most of it. For example, when you're talking about the Almajiri system, you gave it a very foundational surface level explanation. This is what they do. And from my research, they have multiple children. They can't take care of these children, and they do it because they don't want to use condom. They just splash anyhow, whatever they want. Now, they take those children and they give them to imams. They give the imams some of money to take care of those children. For example, the father can go to, let's say you look at all these northern states, maybe he's living in Bauchi, he can take the one child to Sokoto, he can take another child to, when the room is getting full, maybe they are living in face me, I face you, and the room is getting full and there's not enough space, they will take maybe the eldest son or this son or whatever, send this one to Sokoto, send this one to Benue State, so those ones, they will never be able to go back again. They don't know their brothers again, they don't know their sisters again. The money that has been given to the imam to teach them, the ways of the Quran and whatever, is going to pocket that money. That imam is going to have plenty children from different places that don't know their family again. And those children, majority of them never finds their family back. Some of them look for their family, but I would say over 80 to 90% of them never find their family back. Now, those are empty minds. Whatever that imam teaches them is what they will believe for life. Now, that imam carries them, he teaches them the Quran, and he tells them one exceptional thing, that only Muslim people are the good people. So when he sends this one to Lagos to go and beg, he sends that one to Imo State to go and beg, he sends this one everywhere, they will never speak to you. They will never listen to anything you have to say, because they've been told since when they were children, when they were kids, the only father figure, the only parental guardians they have told them that only Muslims are good people. No matter what you want to tell them, they will never believe you. These people are going to grow old. And they utilize them for politics when it's time to get votes also. So when you are saying you are going to teach these children, you have to educate them, I don't think majority of you understand how hopeless Nigeria. You don't understand how deep this problem is. You still think that it is fixable with logic. And when you are saying, oh, some people are praising Hope, I don't even know how to pronounce his name. He said they are sending people to Europe. It is not the poverty, it is the hope. You see, they've weaponized that hope. Nigerians are willing to do anything in the name of hope. They are willing to take out their parents. When they are doing money ritual and they are sacrificing their parents or their aunties or uncles or their friends, they are not doing it they are doing it because of that hope that is given to them. Yes, there's poverty, but you have to weaponize that poverty one way or the other, and they use it with hope. That is what Peter Obi is utilizing. I know a lot of people support Peter Obi and whatever, but Peter Obi will never fight corruption. To fix Nigeria, you must 100% fight corruption, not 30%, not 50%, not 70%, because those ones that you let go, they will never let anybody have peace. They will never stop. If you are here thinking that one day you have leaders that will change, maybe somebody will eventually become good, you have bought the hope also. That hope that they are selling to people in Nigeria, you have bought it also. Anybody that is not going to fight corruption 100% is selling you hope, and some of you still buy it. You don't know how terrible. See, Nigerians will soon start begging for visa to go to North Korea. That is where we are heading to, but they don't know. They don't see it. They think they're still time. They still want to. There's so many things to say, but there's no time here. You guys don't understand how deep Nigeria problem is. You just know surface level problems.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We are going to discuss that a little bit on the next one and talk about what we need to do in terms of the education of our people. Because that education, we are going to need it if we are going to be able to be productive in that country and save ourselves from the humiliation that will be coming if we don't. So I would like to thank the people that are here. As always, our excellent Bumi is here. Let me remove this so I can get the names properly. Richards Okpara, thank you for joining us today. Oga Ike is here. I'm not going to try to make a mistake there. AY, thank you for joining us. Siku Keller, am I saying it correctly now? Thank you for joining us, Siku Keller. Paul E with the koala, thank you for joining us, Paul E. I appreciate you. Eccentric Cast and Solly, you all join us with the next live stream, because that's where we are actually going to delve into this topic, because this topic was meant to be for Dr. Malcolm Fabiyi and feedback from the conversation. So Dr. Damages asked a question, one thing led to the other, and it spiraled into this conversation we're having now. So, but the official conversation is going to be taking place on the next stream. Endeavor to join us. Let me see if I can get this link So you can be able to join from here to the backstage of that one. And make sure you join, and because the conversation is going to be more to the point there, and we should not be sentimental about these things. We should just get to the point and address the matters that are arising. You know, the best minds are welcome, and knuckle draggers. I like people to join, but if you're just gonna drag your knuckle, there's no point. Let's be honest with each other. That's how we learn from each other. So thank you all for joining us. The people that donated. Tilig is there. Alexander Gomez is there. Tima Jack. Kulata, I really appreciate you for your donation, even if you disagree with everybody on the panel often. Alexander Gomez again, and Kulata is there again. Thank you for the donations. And let me acknowledge the people in the chat. Adama is there. Tope O is there. I've not even seen their name. I just know they are there. Chris Kane is there. Who else is there? Owa Osakwe, thank you for joining us, and endeavor to join us on the next one too. Who else is there? Pokey. Make sure you join us on the next live stream. We're going to be starting in less than 5 minutes or so. Yam, and oil. Yam and oil. I've never seen anybody spell oil like that. So that is O-Y-E-L, oil. That is proper Pidgin English oil spelling. Thank you for that. Chuk, I see you there. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you. And who else? I think I've said Chris Ken. All our politics, I see you there. Thank you for joining us. That's Ovier on the panel. He's got a nice channel, All Our Politics, and he's growing. And endeavor to check him out. Sometimes he talks a lot of sense there. I am Biosa. I see you there. Thank you for joining us. Kayode Ola, I see you. Thank you for joining us. Quinty A, I see you there too. Is there anyone that I missed? Mike Owalele. Mike Owalele, why are you not coming? What Mike is a very, very, he's very vocal, when he wants to talk. I don't know why you are shying away from the stage. Boom Ray, I see you there too. Thank you for joining us. Till next time, we'll catch you guys. Let me share this stream to close this live feed. Let's see. Let's get going. I think that should be it. All right. Let's do that now. I don't know if you can hear anything. I can't hear anything from here. Let's see. I cannot hear nothing. Can you hear anything? I can't. I'm not hearing anything on this end. Why am I not hearing anything? Can you guys hear any sound? I can't hear anything. I can't hear any sound. Let me see.